Please welcome my guest today. I'm so happy to welcome her back to the show, Strawberry.
Hello! Welcome in, everyone! I'm so excited to see you here! Thank you for joining us! Hi!
Hi, Strawberry.
Hello! How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. So I told you right before we started that I downed the pixie stick, right?
Yes, you
Bad
did.
news.
Uh-oh.
Make that 2
Oh, dear.
and counting.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. It begins. It begins.
And I also got coffee, so I'm ready.
Go,
I'm
brr.
excited. We're gonna have a good time, though. I'm so excited
Yes,
to be here.
we
Thank
are.
you again.
Oh, no, the pleasure is all mine. So, like I mentioned, you've been on the show before, which is
Yes.
a bit of a rarity. When I was organizing my first anniversary charity stream, I reached out to all of my past guests, for starters, but then I also reached out to the people who run certain stream teams that I have had various guests from in the past. So there was, Shirayuri, I reached out to Anchopi, I reached out to Poppy from the Wrecking Crew, several others, and one of the people that I reached out to was Hoshi from FUWATOPIA, and I said, all right, I've interviewed 4 or 5 people from FUWATOPIA, that it was Hoshi, Phoebe, Captain Krabs, Yami, feel like I'm forgetting somebody. I hope I'm not forgetting somebody. I think it was the 4 of them. But I reached out to Hoshi and I said, your team's great. Everyone in FUWATOPIA is awesome. If anyone wants to join in for the charity marathon, I would love to have them. So you can just put out the call to everyone in FUWATOPIA open season. If somebody wants to join in, I would be happy to have them. And you responded to that. So,
Yes! Because I've heard so many good things about you. And I also watched your interview with Hoshi, and the whole time
it was a fun one. It was a very fun one.
It was so fun. It was so fun because Hoshi and I found out through that stream actually that Hoshi and I have a lot of similarities with things that we used to like, and things that are inspirations to us. So the whole time I was like, oh, I knew that too. I did that too. Oh my gosh! So I of course wanted to reach out and in hopes that you would be able to open up to the idea of having me on your show for your charity event. But absolutely. I was thankful that you trusted me enough to have me on. We did talk before, of course, to make sure that everything was good and we vibed and we knew it.
Yeah, well, that was the thing. We vibed really, really well. And it was, in the middle of that, conversation that we were having prior to the charity marathon, that was like, so, Strawberry, can we just, set a date aside to have you on the show? Because I want to have you on the show. I can already tell that we're going to get along.
Oh,
And,
yeah, absolutely.
it was very fast.
We had so much to talk about. We even had to stop and be like, "Oh man, we should have talked about that."
Yeah. Well, one of the best signs that I've started to see as a host when I do my pre-interviews is if I have to stop my guest from talking about something, if I have to stop myself from talking about something and say, "Wait, we need to save this for when we're on the air because this is too good. We're having too much fun. We need to hold back because we don't want to burn all the good content before we get on the air."
Absolutely, put a pin in that one. We'll talk about that later when we're on live.
Yes. So, yeah, whenever I have that problem, it's a very good problem to have, and we had that problem real quick, so.
Yes, absolutely. It's good, though, because it seems like we have a lot of similar games that we like, a lot of similar subjects and topics, which was really nice to see. It's always exciting, especially when it has to do with Nintendo stuff. Oh boy.
Yes, for sure. And one of the things that I did with Hoshi, rather that Hoshi had for me was, like I mentioned, I always do the pre-interview to sort of figure out topics that are passions of my guests because it makes my life easier as a host. It means that we're going to be talking about things that the guest cares about. But Hoshi came to me and basically had on a silver platter already prepared this mood board of 2003, of all the things that he likes from 2003, that there was games, toys, you name it. And you took that idea and you were like, hey, Jay, can I make a mood board? And it's like, I don't like asking my guests to do extra work for my show. I try and make it so it's super easy and low commitment. But if you want to, sure. And then you came back and you're like, here's the thing. It was like, okay. But, hey, I'm not going to complain. Like I said, it makes my life easier. That's,
Exactly. Exactly, and also it gets my thoughts in my head too, because sometimes my brain just goes a million miles a second, and then I'm like, oh, I like this thing, oh, I like this thing, and then I don't get like a chance to talk about the thing and that. So I think having a little list of fun things that I enjoy talking about might make things a little bit easier for both you and I.
And while it may be a meme, I think graphic design actually is your passion because, what you made was really pretty, and also
Thank you.
the image that you used on Twitter for announcing the show with you being in a TV, did you specifically make that for this, or did you just have that lying around?
No, I made it for this. I didn't make the art, so the art is actually an emote that I had commissioned a while back. But I edited the TV, so I was in it, and I made it look like a CRT, because I thought that would be silly.
No, it was adorable. Just, it's you sort of like squished up against the inside of a TV screen. Like, it was super cute, super adorable. It's like, I haven't seen this image before. Did she actually go out of her way to make this? And just like, it was so nice. And like I said, I never ask that of my guests, but it's the type of thing that when they just sort of come to me with that, it always gives me warm fuzzies because it means that they're really excited to be on the show too. So thank you for making that. It was absolutely delightful. Also, I've already missed a couple follows. Neru Jane, Sleepy Panna, and Eldritch French Mushroom. Thank you for the follows. Eldritch French Mushroom, that's a good one.
What an interesting one.
Yes, indeed. But we have a lot to talk about today. That obviously everything on that mood board that you sent me. Also, you have some art that we're gonna be showing off because, like I mentioned, you are an artist, not to mention a graphic designer. But starting off pretty easily. Well, dang it, this always happens. I always jump in so fast because I'm super excited to talk with the guest, and we just hit it off, and then I don't even let the guest introduce themselves.
Oh, darn it! I forgot too. I was just having a good time.
Yeah, this happens. This happens a fair bit more, and I try to be mindful, like, Jay, remember to freaking tell your guests to introduce themselves. That's what you should do.
It's understandable, though, because you just get into a conversation and you just want to have fun. I forgot to.
Well, anyways, before we go even farther, I get the feeling that most people in chat know you, and that's usually the case. But just in case, for anyone who might not know you, who might be watching on YouTube or somewhere else after the fact, if you could introduce yourself.
I do see a lot of familiar faces in chat. So first of all, I wanted to just say big thank you to you guys for coming out to support me. I am super excited. I hope you enjoy your stay here. VTuber Talk is such a wonderful person. So sweet. I've been here before, and I absolutely enjoyed my stay. So I hope you also enjoy your stay and come back for more later. But hello! If you are new, or if you've seen me before, hello, it is nice to meet you. I am your local strawberry cow on the internet. Goofy, silly, fun, you name it. Those are all my nicknames. No, I'm just kidding, but you can't call me those and I'll probably respond. But oftentimes over on my channel, we like to work on art. We like to play fun games, comfy games, goof around. Maybe not do art. We try to do art. We don't really get a lot done. But we have a good time, and that's all that matters. But I am also an artist for the Roblox game Royal High. So you may have seen my stickers on the game. I have also drawn up Hoshi's live 2D model. So if you've seen Hoshi streams, I've done that for him. I made my own model too, so hi, welcome. I'm my own mom. But anyways, thank you guys for joining. Hopefully, if this is your first time saying hi to me, I get to see more of you over on my channel as well, over on twitch.tv/strawberry. Yes.
Yes, indeed. We'll be looking at some of the wonderful art that you've done for Hoshi in a little bit, and I was able to shout out Hoshi and Yami, but let me get you as well, and obviously your links are already at the bottom of the screen, and you get to have, the super fun, just simple strawberry.
Yes, I know! Isn't that fun? I recently changed my my name because I became a partner on Twitch. My name used to be a mouthful, let me tell you. It used to be Sparkling Strawberry Milk. And all the time people would be like, Sparkling Strawberry Milk? That sounds yucky. Ew, why would you carbonate
Strawberry milk, real good. Carbonation in the milk, a questionable one, but I assume that the sparkling in this case is actually meant to be, you know, glitter sparkles, not carbonation.
Thank you! Yes, you get it! No one got it! Every time I would join in someone's chat and be like, hi! And everyone in chat would be like, ew! Which is not really nice to have follow you around. It kind of takes a hit on your ego. It's like, what do you mean, ew? Who are you saying ew to? You better not be saying ew to me, because I'm strawberry milk. But thank you for understanding. Yes, I changed my name for that reason. And it's also shorter, and it just makes sense. You know, I don't know.
Yeah. You also have one of the... I think you're the only VTuber I know of, at least off the top of my head, that has the hand heart emote, which is super delightful.
So
I love the jab that. Yes, it's so good.
Thank you.
I am a sucker for custom and just sort of offbeat emotes. You know, there's a couple people I've seen with finger guns, which I super enjoy.
Oh, I want finger guns so
yes.
bad.
But for one reason or another, I don't think I've seen hand hearts before. Maybe one or two, but I can't remember any others off the top of my head. And I remember the first time I saw yours, that I was like, oh dang, that's real good. That's really good.
It's so easy. You just put it on high. I love you. 2 seconds. Nice.
Super nice. Super nice.
I need to add though, because I clap really fast all the time, and that's something a lot of people notice. Is when I get excited, I have very physical ways of showing my excitement, because otherwise it just builds up and I don't know where to put it all. I just like, and otherwise I'll like run around the room and do laps, right? So
some people tap their feet really fast. You clap your hands really fast.
Yeah. You just gotta clap really fast sometimes. But I don't have an emote for that. I don't have like an expression. So I just gotta do this. I'm just clapping. Ignore the heart. I'm clapping, okay? With my fingertips.
Yes, indeed. And hopefully there will be lots and lots of clapping today. There was definitely plenty of it even before we went live, that we were both getting really excited and like, oh gosh, ah!
Yeah, absolutely. As soon as we joined call, I was like, I'm just so excited.
Yes, indeed. So let's hop on in then. The first thing that we had on the mood board is right here. It is Paper Mario, The 1,000-Year Door. That is a classic one from that was from N64, right?
No!
Oh, dang, was that the GameCube one?
Yes!
Okay. Because I myself, when it comes to the Paper Mario series, I have only played Super Paper Mario for the Wii, which is not a representative Paper Mario game, because most Paper Mario games are turn-based strategies, and I've played a good number of the turn-based Mario games. I played Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga on the Game Boy, and a couple of the other Superstar Saga ones, which have a similar battle system, even if it's not the Paper Mario sub-franchise and art style, as it were. But I know a lot of people are really big fans of 1,000-Year Door and hold it up very, very highly in the broader Mario pantheon.
Yes, it is the top tier. Like, whenever you hear someone say, I love Paper Mario, usually they're referring to the 1,000-Year Door, because it's just such a staple in this series. I want to say I have played through that game upwards of 20 times.
Oh my goodness, and those games aren't short. These are proper RPGs. We're talking like, 20, 30 hours of play here.
Yeah, it's a really long game, and like, it's like, the world that it builds is just so incredible. It brings you into this world that you've seen in other games, right? Like, you've seen the Mushroom Kingdom in Super Mario, you've seen it in like other Mario titles, but seeing it in this light is just so, it's very comforting, it's very warm, it's very welcoming, because they do such a good job of not only environmental storytelling, but also with like characters and building the environment using those characters and making new characters and inviting them onto your team and becoming friends with them. Every time we so I play this game a lot with my girlfriend. This is she and I's, by the way. My girlfriend was in the chat earlier. Sorry, Jelly. She's also a streamer. But we play this all the time, and every now and then we will go a little while without playing the game, and all of a sudden it goes back and forth. One of us will look at the other and say, "I miss our friends." And when we say that, we're talking about our partners in the game because we care about that game so highly. Like, it's so special to us. It's like the first game that she and I ever played together. Granted, I met her on stream, so we played it together. Like, I was streaming it and she was my mod at the time. But oh, there she is. but this is such a special game to both of us. And we every now and then we'll revisit the game and play through the whole thing again. Just because it's so special. But it for sure is one of my, like, 100%. That's why I put it first on the list, because this is my favorite game. All of my sound alerts on my stream, if you'll like take 2 seconds to listen, I have some people who clock it right off the bat and they're like, "Oh my god, that sounds from Paper Mario Thousand Year Door!" And I'm like, "Yeah, we're best friends now! I love you!"
Did we just become best friends? Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
And I will admit, I didn't catch that one. That I noticed, I was like, I registered that it was Mario sounds. I didn't recognize that it was specifically Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. But
Yes,
now, the original Paper Mario is the one that takes place on a stage, correct?
Kind of yes, kind of no. It's definitely more so like the papercraft, and it takes Paper Mario 1 and Paper Mario 2 are very much so similar styled, whereas like the battle system takes place on a stage, whereas the entirety of the game, it almost feels like you're running through a little storybook. But it's not quite. It's like a little diorama. By the way, Paper Mario 64, Chef's Kiss, another absolutely fantastic title in the series. Second favorite in the entire series. It's really, really good too. Oh, good. Sorry.
Ooh, I hear a whistling. Everything okay over there?
Someone needs to get their brakes checked.
Oh, okay.
I hope
But
they're done.
Thousand Year Door itself is not on stage when they do the battle system. That did, if memory serves, those are the N64 ones, correct?
Well, they're both on battles. They're on stage. Sorry.
Okay.
The N64 one is a little bit more subtle with the stages. But the Thousand Year Door, there's a stage, and there is an option to appeal to the audience, because there's rows of chairs where the audience sits, and whenever you do something fun or crazy, or you do like a crazy move, or you do something special, the audience will cheer for you and give you star power, which gives you the ability to do more powerful moves and stuff. And the audience can even sabotage you and throw stuff at you if they are a mean person. I know, it's awful.
How dare you?
I know, but you can bonk them on the head and tell them, "No, you can't do that. I'm fighting here." But a lot of
I love
people
that mechanic and just sort of the
Yeah.
breaking of the fourth wall. But it's not the proper fourth wall, because
Yeah,
it's not addressing you as the player. It's like, I don't know, the
3.5
3.5 wall.
wall.
It's
Yeah,
a
yeah, 3.5 wall. But it's such an interesting mechanic. It's like the whole game has so many interesting mechanics with regards to like the battle system. Whereas like if you attack first in the overworld, then you attack first on the stage, and it's like there's just so much to the game, and like the battle system is really in depth and fleshed out, and everything feels very balanced, and there's objects that you can get outside of battles that make your battles better, like badges that change your stats. It is so fun. And you can have like your own build. So some people will do specific runs where they will, I think there's a speed run where they use specific badges. I can't remember everything about it though. I've never done speed runs for this game because I'm a baby. But it's really fun. If you have not played Thousand Year Door, I highly recommend it if you like Mario games. I know there are some people who don't really like Mario games, but I can guarantee this isn't like any other Mario game you've played. Especially not like Super Paper Mario, which again,
Yeah, because that
another
one's a proper
fantastic one.
platformer, but it.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I do want to play Thousand Year Door though, because like I said, I've played the Superstar Saga games, which are similar in the sense that you have the overworld and that you can attack the enemies in the overworld to get an advantage at the start of battle. The overall, HP and I forget if it's MP or special attack point system is largely similar. That they're built mostly around the same type of system, so that is one that I've been meaning to get to. Unfortunately, that's not one. I don't think it's available on Switch or anything.
No.
I don't think it's gotten a port, which is kind of surprising because for all the games that get ports, this feels like one that Nintendo would be pretty keen to do because obviously it's a first-party one. They don't need to worry about getting licenses or rights or anything, and it is definitely one that is very beloved. So.
Yes! It seems almost like Nintendo is trying not to acknowledge it, though, which is a little bit frustrating because
they just made a new Paper Mario. They had what was it? Origami King.
Yes, but I mean, like, they're not trying to recognize or give light to the previous entries in the series that were more so like turn-based battle, which is very frustrating for the fans who really, really like those. A lot of the newer Paper Mario games, I'm gonna go on a not super comfy, or well, it's still comfy. I'm not super happy tangent, but a lot of people really dislike all of the newer entries in the Paper Mario series because they've been intentionally straying from the original formula. It seems like they just haven't been like the fans obviously are not big on what they've been doing, and yet they still continue to push in that same direction that the people who are longtime fans of the series have been like longing for. So it's really frustrating to see each new entry in the series stray farther and farther away from its origins because
yeah, because it wasn't like it was just the first game happened to have this thing in that Paper Mario is known for every iteration having a completely different system. They sort of established a precedent and then very harshly broke away from it and have never gone back to it.
Yeah. It's like the only thing that they're trying to iterate on is the paper aesthetic. And they've definitely pushed that quite a bit, with like Sticker Star and the paint bucket one. I don't remember what that one is called. I didn't play that one. And then Origami King and sure, the paper aesthetic is great. But they're missing the point, I feel. And also, from what I've heard, it seems like they're putting these, imaginary rules upon their team who are creating these games. So, partners were a really big part of Paper Mario. Even in Super Paper Mario, you had the pixels, right? You had the little guys that would follow you around and do
familiars.
favors. Yeah, little guys that would hang out with you. And sure, they didn't have a lot of personality then, but the previous games, each familiar, each little partner you had their own personality, and that's why Jelly and I call them our friends. Color Splash, thank you, Jelly. That's the paint bucket one. But each of them had their own personalities, and you would grow to love these characters and bond with them and find your favorite one to use in battle and talk with, and because you could interact with the world and they would speak, have their own dialogue with each thing that you interacted with, right? So, you learn to love these characters in the world, and that's that in-depth world building that they're really lacking on right now. They, in the most recent entry in the series, we thought when the game was released, we thought that we would have a partner. And it turns out they didn't even give them a name. You have them for 30 minutes of gameplay, and then they die.
What?
Yep. They died.
Oh. Well, one, that's really sad that you don't get to have the partner in 2. They actually killed someone? That's surprisingly dark for this series.
I know! And they even have a scene where you do have a technical partner, quote unquote. She follows you around. but she isn't really like, she doesn't help you at all in battle. She doesn't really do anything. She just like is for plot purposes. That's all she is. So there's a point where she like literally goes into a depressive phase because this character died. And it's like, are you trying to build a narrative of the fans with this? Like, are you trying to say, because she moves on quickly, and it's like, all right, we can keep on with our journey. Like, everything's fine. Like, is this like a metaphor for the fans? Like, are we never seeing partners again? Are you just going to never do them again?
Are you teasing us here?
Yeah, I know, right? It does feel a little bit like a jab. It's like, why would you do this to us? They didn't even give him a name. He's just a pom-pom. It's so frustrating. As a longtime fan, I literally played every entry. Oh no, never mind. That's a lie. I've played all the initial entries in the series. Not Sticker Star or Color Splash. I haven't played those two because I don't plan on it. I have no interest. But I did give Origami King a try because I wanted the series to hopefully pick up, and I don't know, not happening. But that's my hot takes on the newest Paper Mario games. Hopefully, also the battle system sucks in the newest one. Sorry, I had to throw that out there. But yeah, I don't know. I recommend, once again, if you haven't played Thousand Year Door or even Paper Mario 64, because both those games, like the art style, usually with older games, like N64 games and sometimes GameCube games, the art style doesn't really hold up well. Paper Mario Thousand Year Door holds up immaculately, absolutely fantastically. I have no issues with the aesthetic that the art direction went with that game. 64 has a bit of a crunchy vibe to it because it is a little bit older, but it still looks fantastic. It feels
it's very clean, and the fact that it is just, paper, it's 2D,
yes,
definitely plays in its favor. That it means that it's not asking a lot of its graphics, but I think it was a very smart stylistic choice that Nintendo made there, because it allows them to play their strengths of Nintendo games in general have never been about graphics. It's always been about gameplay. It's always been about the characters, and presenting those characters in a style that allows them to look clean without having to actually do anything super powerful on a technical side. That, we have the image up right now, and it's a bit smaller. I'll make it a bit bigger so people can see. But, when you see the Paper Mario characters, those lines are clean. It doesn't look like it's pixelated. It doesn't have, the N64 GameCube era polygons, because it's just flat. And it works out really nicely that way, and it lets them have that type of detail, but also that cleanness to their designs. And it's very iconic because it's so different from what you get in the normal games. That it allows them to have that stylistic difference while still being obviously the characters that you know and love. That you're going to look at that and say, oh yeah, that's Bowser. Oh yeah, that's Peach.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they simplify them to a way that keeps them recognizable, but at the same time, they're so sleek and clean, and they just look so, not even sleek, I wouldn't say. They're very charismatic characters. They look lively, they look fun, and like, that goes for all of the, this is another thing. In Thousand Year Door and Super Paper Mario, they made a lot of new fun, like, races and characters and like NPCs that look different because they're NPCs, and like, it's a world, right? Like, they can look however they want to. It's this whole dynamic universe of characters, and they build this world of characters that you love, and like, people even love the background characters, and it's like, they have this whole pool of characters to pull from, and yet within the recent games, they've put this made-up rule that they cannot use any unique characters. They no longer can use unique characters in the mainline games. So if you play Origami King, you will notice the most unique characters are literal office supplies. The other characters are all toads or Koopas that look exactly the same. Nothing different, they just look like Koopas. Like, nothing is different about them, nothing is unique. The Goombas all look the same, the Koopas all look the same, the Toads all look the same. They might have different colored Toads, but that's it, because there's different colored Toads in all the mainline series.
I never even registered that, to be honest, because I've seen a couple streams here and there of those other ones, and in even Super Paper Mario, you have some very iconic, very different
Yes.
characters. That
Yes.
the main villain is this, super big, charismatic, sort of magician type character with a big
Yeah.
top hat and cloak.
Yes, yes, yes.
The different sprites and companions are these sort of wireframey little things. They all have their own, distinct vibe to them, even if they aren't fully fleshed out characters, that they are still visually distinct. And now that you mention it, I think back to what I've seen of these other games, and it's like, that's right, they were office supplies, and I suppose they're distinct office supplies, but those aren't proper new designs, really. That it feels like, in some way, I can sort of appreciate, all right, you're leaning into the paper aesthetic and the idea of all these different materials, and it's different, but they feel different from more unique designs, like you said. Yeah.
It feels almost lifeless. But again, this is coming from someone who loves these games because of the world building and the character design and like the story and the world building. It just seems like such an integral part of the series that they would just get rid of and make because there's been an official statement. I don't remember who it was, but I believe it was the director of the Paper Mario games who said something along the lines of, "We are not going to be creating original characters."
Such an interesting thing. It's like, I'm a business geek. I went to school for marketing, and I always get curious at things like that, of what led to the
Why?
decision that there has to have been some sort of data or some sort of business logic of, all right, do we find character designs to be difficult in terms of investment, and we don't want to spend our art resources on creating these things when we could have them be focused on backgrounds? Do we have some sort of consumer data that says that players just weren't identifying with these other characters?
Yeah.
Nintendo isn't stupid. They do some things that are weird, but you have to assume that there is some sort of rhyme or reason behind these types of decisions, even if we feel they might be misinformed, that they're not doing these things randomly. And I always wonder, I'd love to see documentaries or case studies on things like this, of how do we get from A to B? What is the logic? Because I don't know if it's stuff that, and especially Japanese business culture is to usually not reveal these types of things. And to be fair, for these types of decisions in particular, American companies usually don't give the impetus either. That they don't say, we've taken surveys and consumer data that suggests that players don't like this, that, the other, because it's just, that's usually proprietary stuff. So I doubt we will ever get a full explanation, but it makes me wonder and think, maybe, I don't know, 10, 20 years down the line, I'd love to see either a mini documentary or just have that director, come forward and say, this is what was going on. It's all in the past now, and this is no longer considered important proprietary data that I can't discuss. So for all of those who are wondering, this is what it was. I don't expect that, but it would be neat if we got that. But let's move on to some things that are a bit happier, shall we?
Yeah, absolutely. But really good game. Really good game. Highly recommend if you haven't played it. Once again, I literally will, I obviously have the sound alerts on my stream for a reason, because it's very near and dear to my heart. The old games, as I mentioned, are timeless. You can always go back to them. Final note, play the old games.
Now, this next one, I don't actually recognize. It's
I'm not
Cubivore.
surprised.
And
Yeah.
I can imply from the name, all right, it's a game about cubes that eat things.
Yes. Nailed it.
And is this the one that you mentioned earlier that you have done art for?
Yes.
Is this a different?
Oh,
Okay.
man.
Okay,
This
so
is exactly the one. Yes. So this is my first hyper fixation when I was a kid. I love this game to bits and pieces. This is a really niche game that was only a few copies were released in the US, and I was lucky enough to have one of them. I think I got it secondhand from a GameSwap or GameStop or something like that back when I was younger. And I didn't really have high expectations for it or anything. But it's it's just such a special game to me. This is the first game that I drew fan art for. Granted, the art style is extremely simple, and you know, it just kind of exists.
Hey, everyone has to start somewhere.
Exactly. But I wanted to find some images of the art that I made for this because I do have some. I made like a whole little paper. I had the little the guidebook, and I would draw my favorite of the cubivores from the guidebook on paper, and I made my own little like my own cubivore, and like this game is just so special to me. It's very near and dear to my heart. Every now and then I'll go back to it. It is kind of a game that you had to have played when you were a kid, though, to I feel like have the same appreciation for it that I do.
Now, what type of genre would you put this in? Is this one where it's, you know, Harvest Moon sort of farm style? Is it Pokemon style where, you know, you're training the cubes for, you know, either battling or using them in the overworld? What is the main mechanic or genre if you were to be able to sort of hone in on that?
The main mechanic is you are a... Okay, maybe I should get... Okay, I don't even know if I can explain. Okay, so you are a cube. And when you first enter the world, you are born. And you exist. And the first line is, I am born. I am alive. And
That's usually how things start, yes.
It's pretty self-explanatory, alright. So you are in this world and there's a cutscene. A very like low poly because you're cubes. A low poly cutscene where there is a big bad cubivore who is the beast of all cubivores, and he has taken away all of the color from the land. So the cutscene shows all of the land fade to this pastel soft pink color, which is the color of the land being taken away. So your goal as a cubivore is to become the king of cubivores and to defeat the beast of cubivores. So you want to eat as many other cubivores as you can to become the biggest, the baddest cubivore you can. So there's certain mechanics in the game that change your color. So you yourself have color as well. So other cubivores are different colors. So you can eat if you have two limbs, so you gain limbs. If you have 2 limbs and you eat 2 pink cubivores, you gain a special form that helps you navigate the world. In the sense that it gives you an upper hand in battles and in running, or like in blocking, or other things like you get horn points, or you get teethy points or tongue points that enable your ability to like munch on cubivores a little bit better. This sounds very like graphic, and it honestly a little bit is. All the
I was going to say, so if you yourself are a cubivore,
yes.
Do these other cubivores that you eat have sentience, or are you a unique cubivore in that you have sentience? Is this all just a big game about cannibalism? It's
So
depending on how these other cubivores you are eating are presented, this can be a very dark premise.
It is, and I played this when I was like 5 or like 6 or something. So the title you could see it as 2 ways: carnivore or oh my gosh, why is the word blanking on me right now?
Omnivore, herbivore?
No, the one where you eat people.
Oh, cannibal.
Cannibal. Okay, yeah, no. So it's not cannibalism. It is carnivore, because they're all different species. So like the different colors also represent different animals. So like the purple ones are little raccoons, and the blue ones are little froggies, and every other color has a different type of animal. So
Okay, so cubivore here is a umbrella term for living being, not for human or human-like thing with sentience and things. So you mentioned, like the different points for the different features. So now we're almost getting into sort of a spore type of feel here where
A
you're
little bit,
creating and building your own creature based on all these things and collecting, different features and parts of animals. So
yeah.
it's still a bit weird, but at the same
It is so weird. It is so weird. In fact, oh my gosh, hold on. I wonder if I can send you over an image of the Japanese box art because it is just so strange. Like, I'm not saying that the game is like polished and like Nintendo level clean and like fantastic. It is weird. It is so weird. There's a mechanic in the game where you pick up love bits to go to a love deck.
oh my.
To mate with other pretty cubivores that have blush.
What is this game rated?
I don't know, actually. Rating. Hold on, I'm gonna find the rating. It is rated E for everyone.
Could have fooled me.
It is rated E for everyone.
Oh, Philosophia in the chat brings up a very interesting analogy. Reminds me of Viva Pinata.
Oh, I love it. I should have added Viva Pinata onto this list. I'm so sad I didn't add Viva Pinata on this list. Oh no. That's another good one. Viva Pinata is, just really briefly. Also, this is the title for the Japanese box art.
That's actually the box art that looks like...
Yes! Yeah, no, that's the official box art.
It's not even staying in bounds. You could have told me that this was clip art from a random person and I'd have believed you.
Yes, no, that's the official box art.
1 second. I need to...
It just makes me so happy.
Chat, you need to see this because this is a trip.
It looks so good. I don't know what you're talking about. Graphic design is their passion.
Well, I'm glad that they have a passion, I guess, because if it's a passion, I don't know if it's going to be their profession for very long.
Yep, I think so.
Look at this, chat.
There
It's
it
not
is.
even staying in the lines.
In all its
it just-
glory.
The-
Beautiful.
Sorry, I'm still processing this. I think I'm more
yeah,
impressed
take it
than
away.
anything that whoever did this, somebody had to pitch this, somebody had to make this, somebody had to go to the director of the game, the art director, or, whoever it was that was the executive director of the game, and said, all right, here's what we're pitching, here's what we think would be good and representative to help sell our game, to let people know, because, the box art is very important. This is
Yes.
something, it's one of the first things that people see, and, people will judge a book and a game by its cover, and we think that this is the
Absolutely.
best way for them to judge our game. And then some manager said, yes, I think this is good, let's ship it.
This is it.
Either
I
that
like
or
the random
somebody
mug.
just, switched a file at the last minute without their manager knowing and just sort of pulled a fast one on them.
Yeah, I think
Or
that's
maybe
likely.
someone just sent the wrong file to the printer, and by the time they realized what had gone wrong, that they were like, oh no, this was the draft copy. I accidentally
Oh,
sent, some artists will name their files of, final 01 actual done, final. We accidentally sent the first final that was iterated on over 20 more times.
Right.
Oops, and now it's too late because it's already gone to the printer.
That makes sense. I think that
Maybe,
might
I
be.
don't know.
And maybe
I-
I don't know. They have a mug on there. They have a random airplane. There are no airplanes in the game. There are no mugs in the game. It's only cubes. I don't know where they got those from.
There's this weird sort of, I can't tell if they're faces.
Um,
Oh no, wait, those aren't faces. They're speech bubbles.
Yes. Oh, those are actually relevant to the gameplay. So when there are beast cubivores that they're like they have special names that they're like the bosses of each map. You defeat them and you eat their limbs and then you gain an extra limb or you gain a special limb. They have little symbols. So one is called the raw schnoz, which is like a nose, and another one is called the raw paw, and it's like an actual paw.
Okay.
It's just a symbol that goes on your limb, and then when you go into the next level, you go into the little love den, and you make babies.
I can't imagine why this game didn't get a sequel.
And then you gain an extra limb and you're more powerful, right? And then the cool mechanic is you keep all the fun little special like
Tell me that you don't cannibalize the offspring, please.
Oh no, they die.
What? What?
When you make babies, the older version of yourself is eaten by the female, and then when you come out of the love den, your old you is lying on the ground, not alive. But it's okay because your consciousness has been moved over to the new you, I think.
But then that means that you've destroyed the consciousness of the other one, so that's ethically and morally reprehensible in its own way.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Nebsaros in the chat says, yeah, E for everyone.
E for everyone. E for everyone.
There are very few times that I wish I had a face cam, but right now, I'm making some really choice expressions right now of just attempting to comprehend this, because the thing is, I fully believe you. And especially after seeing that box art. And to be fair, I've heard of games this level of crazy before, but it's still a rarer thing that they aren't usually this level of absurd.
Well, okay, listen, all the any gore, which there's not very much, is all purple, so it's okay. E for everyone.
You need to find an emulator of this if you haven't already.
Oh, I have.
I need to see you play this.
I want to play it on stream so bad. The only problem is the gameplay loop is extremely short, so the game gets pretty repetitive. But
that makes it perfect for a just chatting type of stream where you can just sort of have it going in the background and be doing your normal thing, just hanging out with chat while showing them this utter absurdity.
Why didn't I think of that?
Streaming makes even the worst games playable because you don't need to actually be paying full attention to them.
Exactly! You have a point. Well, to those of you guys who watch my streams...
I'm sorry / I'm not sorry.
Look forward to that, buddies.
Oh boy, well... Let me know when that happens, because I feel like after this I need to sort of have that full context and really truly understand what the heck this thing is.
It's an experience, that's for sure. And it's not that bad because you're just little cubes, right? I promise it's not as bad as
it doesn't sound like it's awful, but it's just ridiculous more than anything.
So strange. Yeah, it's very strange. It's an experience. I can't believe I played this when I was 6, and I was like, yeah, that's okay. This is reasonable. Yeah, of course. This is video games. Duh.
Now this next one, the logo is not terribly readable. Is it Squishmallows? Squishmelons?
Yes.
Squishmallows?
Squishmallows, yes. I didn't organize these very well, so we're...
No, it's fine, and part of it is the fact that I've made them smaller, so I'm actually just gonna scale this up a fair bit.
That's fine.
So what the heck is Squishmallows? As we move on from... Okay, so these are plushies. This isn't a game.
No, that's why I said I didn't organize these very well. I went
no,
video game, plushie. So these are my favorite plushies in the entire world. I love these. These are my favorite. I talk about these. I swear to God, every single stream, I cannot restrain myself. Every time I stream, I literally like, I have to give myself a pep talk before stream and say, all right, not gonna talk about them today. Not gonna mention it. It's fine. No one's gonna bring it up if I don't bring it up, and we'll be good. And then someone brings it up in chat. Someone brings it up, and I will go on, I swear to God, like an hour-long tangent, and then everyone in chat is like, oh, God.
Well, apologies in advance for any of the regulars. I've tuned into a number of your streams, Strawberry, and I guess I've just missed them somehow. So give me a Squishmallow education that they're obviously plushies, and to be fair, they look pretty cute. That at least, even if the name is a bit weird, this seems relatively normal. That this doesn't seem like another Cubivore type thing. It's just
not at all. No, they're big comfort for me. Big comfort. I have over 200. I want to say of these right now, which is.
Well, this also begs the question. There are a lot of different ones in this picture.
Yes.
Do you own over 200 unique designs, or do you have duplicates?
Unique.
Wow.
All of them are unique.
I'm more impressed that they have produced more than 200 unique designs.
Oh my gosh, so many! I wouldn't even be able to count how many they have, because there's not only unique designs, there's unique colors, there's unique sizes, there are clip. Yes, it really is! And they do put it in that light where it's like, oh, we have this new color of this specific one that has a different name and is now technically a different one, and you don't have it. Do you want it? Yes. Which is like, right now, there is, oh my gosh.
This makes me think of Beanie Babies.
It is exactly. See, I'm talking so much with my hands right now. You have no idea. If only I had hand tracking, they'd be going all over the place. But they're just like, the whole scene is just like Beanie Babies. Whereas like it's almost kind of toxic. Not in the sense that like people are collecting them. Hey, Comfy, you have too many of them. But in the sense that there are people who do not enjoy collecting them. That will buy out shelves and then resell them.
Scalping?
Yes, they will resell them for like 200% of the original sale price. So right now, there is the first ever series of Strawberry Cow Squishmallows, which you can imagine
Very important.
Going crazy over. And I need them. However, the problem is people are also as obsessed with them as I am. So
what you need to do is you need to contact Squishmallow's corporate and be like, I am a partnered streamer on Twitch. As you can see, this is literally my brand. Send them pictures of your collection. Be like, let's get a sponsorship going here. Hashtag sponsor Straub.
Okay, I'm listening. Hold on, I'm actually listening right now.
I'm not even joking, Strawberry.
I know, and I'm listening.
Literally your brand. If they are actually making a Strawberry Cow version, and you already have the collection to just, I'm sure they have a website. I'm sure they have a contact form on that website.
They do.
And just send them the link to your channel. Send them just, pictures of your collection. Be like, I am legitimately a big fan of your product. I would like to promote you. Can we talk?
Can you give me like 2 seconds? I'm gonna write this down on a notepad. I'm not even joking right now. I'm going to contact Contact
Now, you might need to explain what VTubers are to them, but at the same time, for what they do, I'm sure that they understand what streaming is. Probably most people who work in, marketing nowadays at least are aware of streaming on some level. So, and especially, like your aesthetic, this feels like a really natural match. I'm not even kidding.
Yes, I'm not even even joking. I will literally show you one of the strawberry cows. Looks, it's like uncanny. It's crazy.
Now, the thing you might have to do is, like, show documentation dates of, like, I have not ripped off your thing. I have had this design since date. You revealed your product's design at other date. You can't get me for copyright infringement, if anything. So
yeah. I went ahead and I sent you a picture of one of the new designs that they have yet to release yet, and it's crazy. It's insane. But yeah, I mean, I've been streaming since.
Oh, you did a piece of art of you holding this.
I did. I did.
Send them that too. Send them that too.
Oh my gosh, you got big business brain. I gotta talk to you more often. But yeah, I did do art of them. I did. They're very sweet, and
this
they
is the type of
haven't
thing
even sold
that
yet.
folks in marketing departments dream of. Like, you're gonna walk up to them and be like, "Hey, you want a brand representative who is already living and breathing your brand? Here you go."
Exactly. I already advocate for them. Literally, I swear to God, like every single stream, I have
Like,
pictures.
send them clips. Send them clips.
You're so right. You're so right. Oh, this is smart. But anyways, those are Squishmallows. They are big comfort. There's like a big trading scene. There's Squishmallow Reddit where people talk about their finds. There's a Squishmallow Discord where people trade.
So how does this work in terms of when you buy a Squishmallow? If there are so many variations, are they gacha style where, you know, you buy a box, you don't know what's in it? Or, you know, do they only do online sales, or are there toy stores that just have a big shelf with 50 different ones, and the 50 that this store has might be different from 50 that another store has? How does it work?
So, you know what? The way that they do it is really unique, actually. And I think is part of the reason why they have such a big following is, okay, so it's not like a gacha. Each store is set to release a certain, like, new series. So, I used to work at Claire's, which is like a kid store. They have a lot of
I remember
toys and
Claire's at
stuff.
big in malls. I don't know. I'm assuming they still have some storefronts nowadays, but I definitely remember seeing Claire's. Not really a store that I frequented, given my own interests, but definitely aware of it.
Yes. So working at Claire's, I kind of know how receiving the Squishmallows is because we receive them. In fact, working at Claire's was how I first was introduced to Squishmallows, because we were one of the stores to have them first. We had old Squishmallows from like 2019 is the earliest when I started collecting, which not a lot of people who are in the scene have been in the scene for that long. So I have a lot of really old ones that people look for. With that being said, when stores are receiving their shipments, it seems like the series is set. However, the packages that the store receives oftentimes don't have each of the Squishmallows from the series. So some stores will have this set, and some stores will have a different set that maybe has one or two that are removed from the other set, or, you know, mixed and matched around. So when you're looking for them, it's really interesting because that's like on.
You need to go to different stores, and that's something that the retailers like, because all right, even if we can't say that we're carrying everything, nobody is carrying everything. So as long as we advertise that we carry them at all, people are going to stop by to see what we happen to have in stock. And since, you know, shipments may come in, new series might be made, that gets them in our door with relative frequency to just check out our Squishmallows shelf and see, all right, what do we have right now? Do they happen to be having something that the other stores in the area might not? And it benefits all of the retailers there to not have full stocks, because it means that people are scouting around and sort of treasure hunting, really, to see, all right, who has what.
Yes, and that's exactly it. And so back when I first got into Squishmallows, it really was just like a treasure hunt. I would set out, so it wasn't even like on an individual store basis, like from Claire's to Claire's. It's from like, Claire's has this series, and sometimes other Claire's have different ones from that specific series. But other stores have an entire series going at the same time.
Yeah,
with,
the Target might just
again,
have an entirely different series, and then Walmart has a different one, and then
exactly, yes.
different toy store has different ones, and just having that variety means that, like I said, everyone has to go everywhere, and it's a bit of a hassle, I assume, as a fan, but at the same time, it becomes part of the adventure and part of the story of, oh,
For sure.
I was going out looking for this particular one, or, you know, I was passing by and I wasn't looking for a Squishmallow that day, but I decided to hop in, and then I found this one that I've never seen before, and it means that each Squishmallow that you collect has a story of where did you happen to find them, how did you get them, was it something that it fell into your lap and you discovered it by accident, or was it a drawn-out hunt of I went to 7 stores trying to find this one and I finally got it?
You absolutely get it. That's exactly what it's like. And I used to go. So I had a friend that, well, kind of friend, my coworker, who also was into Squishmallows. And one day we reached out to each other and we were like, "Hey, do you want to go Squishmallow hunting?" So we set out a day that we both didn't work, and we took our car and we went, I swear to God, to like 12 different locations, finding our favorite Squishmallow. It was the most fun I've had in a really long time. It was so like
It's super sweet though. It's like that's how you
so
make friends of
fun.
just, you know, finding
Yeah.
that shared interest and then going on an adventure together.
Yeah, it really was just like that. We went to Costco, and I don't even have a Costco membership. We went to like 5 different CVS's. We went to Targets. We went to Walgreens. We went to, you name it. We probably went there. Walmart. And we didn't find the one that we were looking for. But gosh, it was just so fun. It was so fun. I used to do the same thing with my girlfriend. We'd go to a couple stores and find some. And every now and then, the like grocery store that we shop at will carry them. And they just had a bunch of Valentine's ones, and I got little strawberry that's chocolate covered. It's just so fun. It's so fun because it really is like a little treasure hunt. You go and you set out to look for one. If you find one that's cuter, you grab that one, and then you go to another store and you find another one that's really cute, and you grab that one, and then it's just like, it's just so nice. It's really fun. But that is like the Squishmallow community as a whole. A lot of people feel the same way I do about it, whereas like it's like a little treasure hunt. And even being on the Squishmallow Discord, where trading is very common, it's again almost like a separate treasure hunt where you're looking online and people post their findings on websites and on Mercari and secondhand sales websites, and
Yeah,
their
if it's not
trades.
someone who if it's someone else who cares about Squishmallows, it feels exciting to, you know, find and trade and barter and do that type of discovery. As long as it's not someone who is just in it for the money, who, you know, all right, I went to my local Claire's and just bought one of everything they had on the shelf with the sole intent to go and sell them because I don't care about Squishmallows, but I know a bunch of other people do, so I can make my money back. And but whereas if it's another fan and you know, all right, I'm sending this one to a good home, then
Exactly.
yeah, that's sweet though. That's like, hey, in terms of hyperfixations and things that people collect, that's a fun one. That's a sweet one, and you know, it's something physical that you can hold. It can give you that comfort, and if that's what makes you happy, that's fine. That's awesome, and I'm glad. Yeah, it's super cool. And I guess the only thing that I fear a little bit is if you ever, you know, move places and
We've
need to
already
pack
done
them
it.
all up.
We've
Okay, so
already
is it easy or difficult? Because I guess if
It
they're
is-
squishy, you can pack them up pretty easily. You don't need to
They're-
worry. They aren't fragile, at least. You don't need to worry about them breaking.
Yes.
Are you okay just sort of cramming them all in a box, or do you need to treat them gently
Vacuum
and?
seal them.
Oh,
You
even better.
vacuum
Okay, so that's
Yes.
actually, in that case, that's not bad at all. If they are able to go through that process and then still retain their shape after the fact, that means they're probably actually one of the easiest things to move. It's not like
They
you know,
are, yes.
I have friends that collect anime figures or game figures, and you need to package those
Yes.
very carefully because they are fragile. You need to make sure that they are in a box that is nice and fitted, but it's not going to be something that is crushed, and so you're putting it, usually on the top of all these other boxes. But if you're doing something where it's vacuum sealed, that's easy because then it's just, there you go, and you can just throw it anywhere and they're not going to be damaged. So that's actually pretty nice.
Yeah, the only problem is once you get so many,
it is a lot. 200 is a lot.
So like they're not just like one size fits all, right? Some of them are small, like clip size, and others are upwards of 24 inches tall and
oh my.
wide. And I have 4 that are around that size. The others are mostly 16 inches, and some of my smaller ones are 12 inches. So my favorites are the big ones, which becomes a problem. We had, when we moved here to our new apartment, which we just moved in last year, we had, I want to say, big, oh gosh, I don't even know how tall. Like maybe as tall as I am, which is like 5'4", maybe a little bit shorter, so maybe like 5 foot. Or 4'5", I want to say. 4'5", maybe, tall bags that are vacuum sealable. We had like 10 of those, which
oh my.
doesn't sound like a lot, but when you add them up, they're not all like flat, like as flat as they can be, because I also have other plushies too. But like, it's a lot! It's a lot, and I've only collected more since we've moved into our new apartment, so it's like, I don't know what we're gonna do when we move out. I'm gonna have to consolidate.
What you do is you use them as packing material for more fragile things.
Hold on, you're onto something. That's really smart.
You vacuum seal a good number of them. You probably don't need all these, but if you have, plates or something that maybe put a bunch of the smaller ones in there, or if you have a box that's not quite full and you need something to just take up that extra bit of space to make sure that the stuff in there is snug, sort of cram a medium one in there just to occupy that empty space, and just use them as the packing material, because sometimes people buy foam or those little air packets but you already have this, and if they're able to just and so if you run out of towels or something like that, you can start using the Squishmallows.
So smart! That's so smart! And they're like perfect. They're really, really squishy. They're super duper, like the name is true to what they are. They're very squishy, so they would make for really good packing material. So smart! So smart! Why didn't I think of this? We don't have too many fragile stuff, but now that we have like a full like dining set and all that stuff, now we do. So writing that away for later too.
There you go.
For all the ideas.
My pleasure, my pleasure.
Big brain Vtuber talk.
All right, now I can't even remember all the things on this board, so as we're sort of revealing these next ones, it's kind of a surprise for me too, because I don't remember all of them. Oh, okay, yes, this is an interesting one, because this is not your normal brand. For the happy-go-lucky, comfy, strawberry cow streamer, Phasmophobia.
Phasmophobia! Okay, so this is more like an overarching, like, I do kind of like spooky games. Phasmophobia is just like the main one that I've been kind of hyper fixated on lately. But spooky games are really, really fun to me. I am terrible with them. I get scared so easily. But with Phasmophobia, it's almost like a mystery game. It's a mystery game, and it guises as a spooky game, right? So like, when you first play Phasmophobia, it's like this big spooky game where it's like, I don't know what to say. I can't say the ghost's name. I don't know what to do. If I say anything, I'm gonna make the ghost upset. I have to just like get in and get out and then figure out what the ghost is. And then as you play longer, the more comfortable you get with the tools that you're equipped with. The more tools you get, the more that you understand the ghosts and like how they work and what you can and can't say and the main mechanics of the game. And I think that like progression of being a new player to a veteran is just such an interesting dynamic, because you play with like the first time I played Phasmophobia was actually on stream. And if you play Phasmophobia, the controls are a little on the lacking side. They don't have like a UI. They don't tell you what any of the keys do, and none of the keys are what you would expect them to be. So when you're picking up objects, it's like, what's the button to pick up again? F? G? I don't know. F? Something. What's the button to put the tripod and the camera together? I don't know. You put it there? Something? And I remember I thought the temperature gun was like a real gun the first time I was playing.
Like, why isn't it shooting anything?
I know. I was like, I'm just gonna get the ghost. I'm gonna get him. And then I died. So that didn't work. But I just really enjoy the dynamic from starting Phasmophobia to not knowing anything to becoming this like all-powerful ghost hunter, knowing what all the ghosts do and getting in and getting out and winning, and it's just really fun. And like spooky games in general, it's kind of a tangent, are really fun for me. I also played Poppy Playtime on stream during Halloween. I think it was the day of Halloween. We played Poppy Playtime, and it was, oh gosh, I get too scared to play spooky games on my own, so I play them on stream. That's a big tip. If you're too scared to play spooky games, play it with the comfort of chat. They'll keep you company.
Yeah, I don't like horror. I don't like horror movies. I don't like horror games.
I don't like movies.
I'm totally fine watching horror games as a viewer on stream, because that's the analogy I use is that feels like watching a horror movie with the lights on with a friend on the couch.
Yes,
because
exactly,
people are talking, you have everyone else around, and it's not just sort of you hyper focusing on the game, especially when you're the viewer and not the streamer.
Yes.
So like I'm very interested by plot driven horror games sometimes, or even movies. That is actually something that's come up with a couple of my past guests, that I'll see the trailer for the new Scream. It's like, I've never seen any of the Scream films. I have no interest in seeing any of them. But since it's such a long-running thing, and there's a mystery of, all right, who's the killer, who's behind the mask, I took a little bit of time a couple weeks ago and just, went on Wikipedia, looked up all the plots to all the Scream movies and read them, and was like, oh, okay, so that's what happens. That's the story behind it. That's neat.
Was it worth it?
Well, it was certainly worth it in the sense of, I'm no longer curious about it, and I know I'm never going to watch them. And in some ways, it's like, if you don't know, your mind can create more scary scenarios than it actually is. And one of the observations one of my previous guests and I had was, when your mind is left to its own devices, it will usually fill in things that you in particular find terrifying.
Yes!
Because
absolutely.
you think, all right, well, this is supposed to be scary, so what is the scariest thing I can think of? And then you sort of psych yourself out even worse. And then when you read it, it's like, oh, okay, this isn't something that would actually be too scary for me, or at least not as bad as I thought. Still not something I'm going to go out and watch on my own time, thank you very much. But it's some horror films and series do have interesting writing of just, all right, this is the villain, this is the mystery, because I like mystery stuff. I really enjoy mystery stuff, but not horror stuff. And there is a lot of overlap in that writing sometimes, so it satisfies that curiosity without me having to go through the actual tension of the horror. And obviously, if you enjoy that, more power to you. I'm not going to yuck anyone else's yum. I just know it's something I don't enjoy. So I will consume that media in that manner, and for those of you who like it, have a blast.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally
here.
understand. I understand where you're coming. I don't like spooky movies, and normally, I can't play spooky games by myself. I genuinely, I cannot. I have to do it with either someone else or like with chat or something, because it's just too much. I get too in my head, and I like you said, exactly like you said, I fill in those blanks with my own fears or things that I think might be the case, and that just makes me more terrified. Like Five Nights at Freddy's is another spooky one. I feel like the series has gone too in depth, and like everything is kind of jumbo, I don't know, everything, the story is going and I can't follow anymore. It used to be really interesting, but that's another one that I would play just specifically to like understand the lore, and like the characters, and because there's like this long running thing of who's purple guy, who's the guy, and now it's just this really convoluted thing that's, I don't know, it's not really worth looking into, but the some of the lore is really interesting. I will say that for sure. But spooky games in general, this is just like a really brief one. Spooky games are something that I do like to dabble in on occasion, but not too often. But yes, Phasmo is one of those. It's fun to I watch a lot of people play Phasmo too, because there's this streamer that I watch. His name is Insen, and it's funny because he's actually live right now playing Phasmophobia. he's like a really big. I don't know. He's interesting though. He breaks the game down in the sense that he knows how the mechanics work on a very deep level. So like he'll explain things and like say, oh well, this happened because of this, or like he's even shown like how the ghost walks, like even though you can't excuse me, see the ghost when they are invisible, like doing stuff and moving things around. He's explained like this is where the ghost is going, like I know exactly where the ghost has been, and it's just really,
It's really
interesting.
cool when someone gets to that level of knowledge with
Yes.
the game, of just knowing the mechanics and knowing the AI of, all right, this is where it's going, and I am now going to be adjusting my strategy to this
Yes.
because of this knowledge. And it's not even like hidden hacker knowledge, it's just something that you learn through
Yes.
that amount of time investment and iteration of just, all right, I understand at this level, at this really granular level, and it's super cool to see because it's
Yeah.
it shows that expertise.
Absolutely, absolutely, and you notice that a lot with him. I'm not nearly at that point, but you know, it's still fun to imagine. It's fun to imagine like knowing what I'm doing, and I'm like, I'm the boss of these ghosts here. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm the sleuth. But I don't know. It's just kind of fun. It's fun.
And I feel like Phasmophobia, I sort of hold it as one of, I would say, the big four games of 2020.
Yes.
That it would be, and I feel like it's the fourth biggest, that it's definitely the lowest in this ranking I have, but that it was one of the big four, the other three being Fall Guys, Among
Yeah.
Us, and then the next one that we have here, funny enough, is the fourth, and probably what I would say was, I would call it the game of the year of 2020 for multiple reasons, and it's Animal Crossing.
Animal Crossing!
Now, I don't know about you, I have played every Animal Crossing since the GameCube,
Me
like
too.
all the
Me
way going
too.
back to the beginning. But
I'm so glad
New
to hear it.
Horizons,
Ooh,
there
hot
like
takes?
there are things I like about New Horizons,
Ooh.
there are things I don't,
Ooh.
but I hold it as the 2020 game of the year, not in that it was the best game of 2020, but that it was the game
The
of
game.
2020
Absolutely.
because it came out at the right place at the right
right
time. It was something that for me and many other people got us through a really tough couple of months and allowed a lot of people to socialize and interact in a way that during those months we otherwise would not have had. That for March, April, May, and June of 2020, I reached out to like as many friends as I could. I would be visiting people's islands that I hadn't spoken with in 3-4 years, just catching up with people, and we would hang out and we would fish and we would just talk over Discord for several hours. I would have a weekly meetup with, I have 2 siblings, and they are not huge gamers, but we all play Animal Crossing, and just every week we would meet up, visit each other's islands, visit each other's villagers, and just catch up in Animal Crossing, and that would be our thing once a week. And for the timing, because remember, it was delayed. Originally, Animal Crossing was supposed to come out in October 2019.
Yes, absolutely.
Nobody would have ever suspected that that delay would put the game right in our laps when we needed it most.
Absolutely. Wow. I didn't even think about that. I didn't internalize that. But yeah, absolutely. This game was so important to a lot of us for the time and the circumstances, and myself included. Animal Crossing has always been super integral to me as a person, like a big defining trait for myself. I've always played Animal Crossing since I was young, I played the GameCube version because we didn't have the N64 version in the US, but I have always loved Animal Crossing, and I really, really look forward to this entry in the series. Even before, in fact, kind of a side note, when I first made this channel, I was making a villager a day. So every single day, I didn't even send you any of these, but they're old. I didn't really want to share any of them because they're really old. But if you look on my YouTube channel, I actually have a very small mini series that I started to upload of each Animal Crossing villager that I would draw every single day, and I would go on stream that day, and I'd be like, my girlfriend made me a randomizer and she had a database of every single villager that was made at the time, and I would go on stream, and the day of, I would randomize a villager, and I would draw that villager on stream from start to finish, and then I would upload that video onto YouTube. My girlfriend would edit it, post it up there, and we went for we did I want to say 20 or 30 or something like that. We got kind of far, but considering there's 300 plus villagers, I had no chance. I stood no chance. I would have been doing that for over a year. But that was a really important part of my development as a streamer, as this new alias. I had an old alias that I don't really use that one ever anymore. That one's in the past. In fact, I deleted that one. But that was my foot in the door on this new account, was doing a villager a day. And this was before the new Animal Crossing was even announced. We had no idea when the new Animal Crossing was coming out. We had no idea if there was going to be a new Animal Crossing. So I kind of dropped the ball, whereas I stopped making those around the time that the new game was announced, and I didn't want to go back to it. And I really that was my intention, was to keep going with that throughout until because I had anticipated a new game, but I didn't know when, and I just stopped a little bit too soon there. So I dropped the ball. I probably could have done better, but it's still an important part of who I am and who my stream has how my stream has led me to this point in general. But sorry, that was a long tangent. I mean to say I do also think that Animal Crossing was extremely important to a lot of people, myself included, because I wound up losing my job around that time as an assistant manager at Claire's. So I needed something to do while I was hanging tight and working off of just government income. I didn't know what to do, so I played Animal Crossing for a while. And I couldn't go out and get a job because
it was those early months, and it provided that escape, that sort of comfort, that, like I said, right place, right time. And I think that I think a lot of people are going to look back on Animal Crossing New Horizons and be like I said, I consider it the game of 2020, the game of the year, not because it was the best game, but because it was the most impactful game. That there were a lot of good games released, but the amount of content that came out of that, the amount of people that were connected by it, that people were doing weddings in that game.
Yeah.
People were doing graduations in that game. There was so many things, and actually, there's a story that's only come up a couple times before, but Animal Crossing is directly responsible for VTuber Talk's existence.
Really?
Because in somewhere around June-ish, a gentleman by the name of Gary Whitta, who is a Hollywood writer, who is best known for writing the Book of Eli and Star Wars Rogue One, among several other things. That he is a accomplished Hollywood writer. He's written a couple books. He wrote a short story, and they had for Star Wars 40th anniversary, they did a book called A Certain Point of View, which was 40 stories written by 40 different authors. He was one of them. And since Hollywood had shut down as well, he was looking for things to do, and he had gotten Animal Crossing, and he decided to invite a couple of his friends over to his Animal Crossing island, and he started a talk show called Animal Talking.
What?
And he it it blew up because talk shows, late night shows went off the air for several weeks before they got their home setups going.
Yeah.
And so he was broadcasting on Twitch, and this guy he started with a couple of his friends, but being in Hollywood, he knows a lot of people, and that he had Brie Larson on at one point, Captain Marvel. He had Josh Gad. He had Dr. Lupo. He had Phil Spencer, the head of Xbox. And
Oh wow.
that it got to the point where he was on the front page of Twitch several times. He was getting like 5 to 12,000 viewers on certain ones. He had Selena Gomez premiere a new song in Animal Crossing on his show.
How did I not see this? Oh my goodness.
He got covered in Variety, in Entertainment Weekly, that it was a thing for a couple of months, and it didn't last long term because obviously he wasn't looking to make it his full-time job. It was a circumstantial thing, and once Hollywood started to open back up, and people were looking to get scripts again, that he was able to write, even if things weren't doing recordings and being shot yet. That for him as a writer, things started to open back up. But he ran the show for the better part of 6-7 months, and it was something that I discovered it between what he called his first and second season. So he had like 12 episodes in his first season, then probably 12, 20-ish in the second season. But that I discovered it in between and just fell in love with it. He was a really fun host, had a lot of good guests, and the entire thing, he made this late night talk show set in the basement of his Animal Crossing house, and he would have his guests come in via Animal Crossing. So if they played the game themselves, they would bring in their actual avatars, and if they didn't, he would have them in a Discord call, and his wife would operate another character and be the stand-in and sort of emote for them and everything. I can send you some videos of it. That it was super fun. And the last show that he did was Halloween 2020. And it was in November. No, it was in September. So a month before his last show was when Hololive EN Myth debuted, and that's when I fell into the rabbit hole of VTubers.
I see.
And then he goes off the air after Halloween, and it's around the new year that I'm now just neck deep in the VTuber rabbit hole, and I decide I want to do something. I know I don't want to be a VTuber myself, and I don't know what made it click for me. I don't recall the exact moment. I just remember at some point while I was thinking, all right, if I'm not going to be a VTuber, what would I do as a project to help kill some of my free time and maybe become a bit more involved in the community? And complain to Spotify not being named this week's hottest. Okay, thanks, Speeder Rocks. But anyway, so I just sort of had this moment. It was like a VTuber talk show, and I assumed that there were others that had done it. I was like, I'm sure I'm not the first person to think of this, but I looked around and was like, all right, there's not a lot. And that I took a fair number of cues from Gary Whitta and the way that he ran his show and the way that he worked with his guests. And he had mentioned on several of his shows that he talked with his guests before the day of the show. And that's what made it click for me of, oh, pre-interviews, that sounds like a great idea. And that's something I've done since day one. And I think it's been a big part of why my shows have gone very well.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
so it all goes back to Gary Whitta and Animal Talking. That's me going on my big long tangent of just why Animal Crossing New Horizons is responsible for us talking right now.
That's so interesting though, because I feel like Animal Crossing has this way of doing, like, Twitch, Animal Crossing and Twitch have the same way of bringing people together. Twitch in a different way, whereas like it's people you're not familiar with. You're meeting these people for the first time, and it just so happens that you're like-minded, and then you become friends, really close. Like me and my girlfriend met on Twitch, and I know a lot of my friends I've met on Twitch, obviously. In fact, all of my friends I've met on Twitch, and it's like Animal Crossing has a way of doing kind of similar, but in the same way of bringing people together. It's more so like bringing close people together, I guess new experiences as well. Meeting people in similar groups. Animal Crossing did that for you in the sense that you kind of found your niche. Like you found what makes you happy. And that's so interesting. That's so interesting to hear that Animal Crossing could do that for you. Wow. It's funny. It's funny because in a similar way, okay, I'm gonna tie it in here. In a similar way, Animal Crossing helped me find my niche too. I didn't do commissions until Animal Crossing. So I didn't take art seriously before Animal Crossing. When New Leaf was really, really popular, I tell this story a couple of times.
I think New Leaf is probably my favorite of the series.
It's my favorite too. It's my favorite too. I've tried to go back to population growing. I just can't. The way the camera operates with the grid, it gets me too frustrated. I still like that game. I still love the music from that game. Like I love it so much.
Classic, and the dialogue there.
The dialogue.
The big thing, you said hot takes potentially, and just I know one of the biggest complaints a lot of people have about New Horizons is the dialogue.
Absolutely.
They cut out a lot of dialogue. They put in a lot. There's so many quality of life things in New Horizons that are just leaps and bounds above the other games, and it's so cool to see them iterate on those things. But it's clear that while they invested these resources in those other areas, that one thing they just didn't invest in was the character dialogue.
Yeah, especially if you have a lot of the same type of villager on your island, which I am a main offender of that. Literally all of my villagers are either normal or peppy. They all say the same things. And it's like, I have no reason to talk to them besides maybe getting DIYs, which
for that first month or two, you're finding all the lines, and what is in there is still delightful. That what was written still has the heart and charm of the original, even if it's not quite the sassy villagers, the grumpy villagers ripping into you. That it's still, what is there is still very good. It's just that the number of lines in there is severely reduced, so you hit those repeats a lot quicker. And once you get to the point where you recognize everything, that, like you said, talking to the villagers loses a fair bit of its charm, because in the original and in New Leaf and other ones, I could just stand in front of my villagers, just talking and doing conversations until they got mad at me.
Yes, me too. And I've noticed the threshold at which your villagers get upset at you is a lot quicker. So they dislike talking to you a lot faster. Not in the same sense that like they'll say something quirky and be like, you've been talking to me a lot. Do you have no one else to talk to? But they'll just say something that like, I'll talk to my villager, like my favorite villager, like 2 or 3 times, and then they'll be like, boy, we're seeing a lot of each other today. And it's like,
excuse me?
Shut up! Alright, I'll go, fine. I just wanted to make sure you're doing okay. I just care about you a lot, and I just wanted to say hi. I've noticed that it takes a lot quicker to get to that threshold than it did in the older games, which again is frustrating because you want to talk to them more, but they won't let you. And even if you did, like, they'd say the same dialogue, right? So it's like, you get in this loop of, like, I can't talk to my villagers because they're going to say the same thing. And even if I wanted to talk to them, they would tell me to go away. And it's like, frustrating.
And at least, the ability to finally put stuff outside your house, game changer. Absolute game changer.
Absolutely.
Just
For
terraforming. It's fundamentally literally new horizon for the game, and it adds so much, and it was so cool seeing all the different creative things. I sadly am woefully uncreative when it comes to that type of thing. I love admiring designs. My brain does not work in a way that I can think of the types of complex things that others have been able to make. That I'll put a couple fun things here and there. I made a little band area where I just sort of dropped every instrument I could and filled it with speakers, so that it was sort of it was a trap basically for the AI, the villagers, to make it so that whenever they would just walk by, that they would be likely to start playing instruments. And of course, the thing that I had blasting on those speakers was absolutely Bubblegum KK.
Oh, of course, you know it. Everyone was obsessed with that song when the game first came out. I will admit, I have heard it one too many times. Maybe one too many times.
Maybe
I still
one
like
too many
it.
times, but
I still like it, but you won't catch me playing it on my island because I've just heard it too many times. But it's still good. But I understand where you're coming from. I love the terraforming. I think it added so much to the game. It added so much creativity, and I think, of course, that's what the players are looking for: creativity and the ability to customize their islands. And with the new DLC, you can also customize your villagers' homes, and I just think that's a fantastic addition. I love that. Too often I would get a villager that would be pink, and then their house would be like purple or blue or black or something, and I'd be like, why? So now we have the ability to do that.
let me make something better for you, sweetie.
Yeah, I'll fix that. Don't worry about it. But side note with the terraforming. As someone who spent upwards of 70 hours terraforming my island, problem, they did not optimize it well for like the UI.
No, it's very slow.
It's clunky, and there's no grid, so you don't know where you're
can't
digging up.
quite tell. That's something that I hope we get in future ones. That
Yes.
I'll cut them some slack here. That for it being the first time that they had it, they put in a lot of stuff, and I can understand that they might overlook the quality of life things, because that's usually how it goes.
Yes.
You get those quality of life improvements on further installments. So I definitely agree. Those are things I hope to see in future ones. I'll forgive it here because it is the new stuff and they put so much into it already, but you're absolutely right that the lack of a grid and just the inefficiency of having to do one space at a time, one space at a time, one space at a time.
That's the worst. I wish there was like, you know how with the pattern tool, there's like the circles. There's like the circle tool and the heart tool and the
or just like being able to click and drag and say, all right, I know this line, and even if I only do like a line or a square at a time, that it's not literally one pixel, one space at a time. That it for the first couple minutes, it's kind of charming of, okay, terraforming and renovation takes time because, you need to do it bit by bit. And it loses its charm the second time that you're trying to go. Like the first time through, it feels satisfying, and I can totally get that part of the satisfaction is that,
you
one
did that.
step at
You
a time
took the
progress.
time.
Yeah, that you took the time. But if you're someone who really likes to change things up and say, all right, I made my island top to bottom, and a month later I have this new idea and I love the idea and I really want to do it.
Yep, you can't do
But
it.
I don't want to spend 5 hours first dismantling everything that I did and then another 10 hours putting together the new concept.
Yep. Exactly. I wish they had just like the pattern tool or something. Like when Animal Crossing hadn't come out yet, there was actually a tool that someone had made based on the grid that we saw in the quick trailer of the game that allowed you to terraform and build your island when the game wasn't even out yet. They didn't know how terraforming was going to work. They didn't know what it was going to look like. They just built this from scratch.
It was sort of a UI document where you could create this map and know, all right, I can chart out everything I want here, make the blueprint here, and then in the game I know I can go recreate here one-to-one. And that was a cool little thing. It would be even cooler if we had that in the game.
Exactly. If that was the way that they had terraforming, I think that would just be so much easier. And maybe if you had to put up a large sum of money instead. If you had to save up a large sum of money and then
all right,
pay Nook.
Yeah, the Nook will contract this terraforming company, Rossetti and Rossetti, because they're moles. They move Earth.
Yes,
and
exactly.
that you have to pay this big chunk of bells, or you can do it yourself for free, one space at a time. That I can appreciate that you don't want to let players just freely and infinitely, draw from the ground up and be able to do all that. and not have to invest the gameplay time, in any way. I can understand that you want to have that core loop and have those mechanics there, but I really like that idea of, okay, I can either do it one at a time, I can do it myself, or I can collect the bells and pay for it to be done for me.
Absolutely. I think that's a far better way to go about it. But again, like you said, quality of life stuff is, something that is gained over time. This is their first time in the series. However, part of me thinks, like, have you not ever seen farming games? Like Harvest Moon has a grid just to place seeds. Like, just to place seeds. But, like, to change the entire map, like, to change the location, the land, we don't have the grids. I don't know. It just seems kind of strange that they wouldn't make it a little easier. I think what they were going for was, like, a natural look, like, oh, there's no grid, like, this isn't a square, like, you're not placing a square of land down, you're placing land down. This is land that is a formous, like, it doesn't have a shape, it's not a square, it's not on a grid or anything. It just exists in the space, maybe. Or, like, I don't know, I don't understand why. I feel like it's something that you would add, right? I don't know, maybe I'm just thinking too deeply into it, and maybe they just didn't think of it, or couldn't add it, or
yeah, I always assume that for something like this, that it doesn't feel as fundamentally a choice as character design or lack thereof in Paper Mario, that this could be something that they were so focused on just getting the functionality out there because it's a brand new system that they might have said, all right, we thought of this thing, but it would be too complex to implement at this time, or we just didn't think of it because we were so focused on the base functionality that and that the gaming public got so much more into this than even we expected, that we didn't think people would want to renovate their islands to this granular extent, to this grandiose extent, and to keep doing it again and again and again. We thought that people might want to, alter the stream path a bit here, put down some dirt or cobblestone paths there, and, spruce up their island a bit, but we didn't think people would go line by line, dot by dot, recreating everything from the ground up and then do it again 3 weeks later, that they might have just simply underestimated the passion and excitement of players who now had these new tools. So they might have then looked on and been like, oh, if we had known people would want to do this, we might have thought of it, but since it wasn't there before, we didn't have the data or didn't suspect that people would need or want these, so we decided to put our efforts into other areas instead, and hopefully now they know. But I feel like whereas I'd like to see a documentary on how the character choices happen in Paper Mario, I'd like to see a documentary on Animal Crossing, but I feel like there's so many more possibilities of how we got to where we are, so many logical ones of, okay, I can understand why this didn't happen, and I don't know which of them it is, but I have a lot more faith in it being a particularly understandable thing that led to where we are in this one.
Absolutely, for sure.
PlayStation Inquisition brings up an interesting concept, which is one that many Animal Crossing fans debate. Is Tom Nook a hero or a villain?
You know what? I think he's a good guy.
I do too.
I think he's a good guy. He gives you, like, the opportunity, to do all these things. And also, in addition to that, most IRL loans you have to take into consideration are not just like a, pay whenever.
Yeah, there's deadlines and there's interest.
Interest, exactly. He doesn't even charge you interest.
Yeah,
he's
just
such a
not
good guy.
not a thing of interest, and it's just, all right, I'm not going to pay to expand your house until you've paid off the current one, but you can take your time, just pay me whenever you have the chance, and interest, don't worry about it. That's about as reasonable as you can get when it comes to business, and frankly, it's not smart business to say, I don't care if you don't pay me back. Don't worry about it. You can pay back 20 years from now. Just get it to me whenever. Sure, I won't do anything else until it's done, but take your time and it's just going to be the base amount. That no one's going to give you that offer in real life. No one's going to do that. This raccoon, this Tanuki, needs to make a business as well, and goodness knows he's running the administration on this big old island, even if he's and he's delegated a lot of power to you. He's being really trusting of you and saying like, you can decide where all this stuff goes. Sure, that's fine.
He doesn't even probably like my aesthetic. Like, he probably thinks my aesthetic is stinky. But does he care? No, he just gives me all the power, because I don't know. Why? He just trusts you, and I think that's really nice. And he gives you home, and he gives you, like, an interest-free loan, and he gives you, like, the tool. He gives you a phone.
Yeah, free phone plan. I don't need to pay a, like, monthly fee to use my phone, and the coverage is always there. No data plan. This is great.
Right? Yeah, no, I think absolutely. He's a good guy. I think the narrative could have been twisted the other way in older games, because he, like in the first game where you hop off the train and then you're under the impression that you're getting a home, like, for free, and like, even though I forget his name, Rover is like, do you have money? And you're like, no. And then he's like, don't worry, I know a guy. And you're like,
but at the same time,
cool.
it's kind of your fault for getting on a train, going to a new town, and not having anything in your pocket.
Yeah, exactly. But in addition to that, he also, he says, all right, here's the home. And then it's a little misleading, because he's like, all right, pick whichever one you want to. And then he goes, all right,
by the way, here's the price tag. But at the same time, I don't think most people would go in looking for a home and not expect to pay for the home.
Right. And it is generous that he offers, all right, well, since you don't have the money, I'll just give you a job instead. And then you can make the money. Which, I mean, when you're a kid, sounds awful. It sounds like the worst. It does kind of make Nook out to be not a great guy, because he's like, I'm gonna force you to work if you can't do it. Because, when you're a kid and you like eat at a restaurant or something, sometimes it's brought up like, oh no, you can't pay? Oh, well, you're gonna have to go scrub the dishes in the back or something like that. My parents would tell me that a lot for some reason. Like, oh no, you can't pay. You gotta go in the back and work then.
Mm-hmm.
So like it kind of, for me, brought up that narrative for Nook, and like, he's gonna make me work for my house. Oh, that's awful. But looking back at it now as an adult, it's like,
oh no,
really
that's kind of reasonable.
Yeah, that's really kind of him to actually provide you a job, No like interview, no background check, no nothing. He just says, all right, here's your apron, get to work. Which I think is fantastic. But yeah, I think Nook's a good guy. Long story short.
Nice guy. And especially the addition of Timmy and Tommy, that I remember the first time I saw them in the original, when you finally get to Nookingtons. That's my other complaint, that I wish that we had the bigger expansions of, because you have Nook's Cranny, and then it's Nook and Go, then it's Nookway, and finally Nookingtons. And the first time you go to the upper floor and see all the furniture, but then there's also these two adorable tiny little raccoons. It's like, oh my gosh, where did these adorable little guys come from?
Yeah, babies. And then there's also Gracie Grace. We don't even have Gracie Grace anymore. We don't have the princess set. We don't have the Gracie Grace set. We don't have the sweet set. All that important stuff. I miss. So when I initially terraformed my island, when I set everything up, I had set up for multiple shops. Like, I thought Gracie Grace was gonna come back. I thought
like Katrina would come back.
Katrina. And well, it's nice because they included it in a different way, but it's not really what I expected it to be. It feels kind of tacked on with the DLC, like that they just, I guess it wasn't DLC, it was just an update, but it feels kind of tacked on that they would add it onto, what's his name? I can't remember his name.
Rover's Island? Or not Rover's Island, no. Dang it, I'm blanking too.
I can't remember his name!
We're so sorry, but yeah, I know what you're talking about. That it was Harvey. Thank you, Hoshi.
Thank you, Hoshi. Yeah. Harvey's Island. Yes, it's all tacked on to Harvey's Island, and it's just like, I don't know. It doesn't feel nearly as special. I would have even appreciated to have the secondhand shop with Reese and Cyrus again. So your villagers, I mean, I didn't like that my villagers could remove stuff from their island, or from their home, but I don't know, I just want to put up stuff for sale again. I just really like that idea, you know? I just feel like some things were missed for, I guess, replaced for some things as well that are, you know, good, but...
Yeah. It's not the fundamental paradigm shift that you had in Paper Mario, though, I suppose.
Yes, exactly.
The core, the heart of Animal Crossing is still there. And,
Absolutely.
you know, while the focus may have shifted in certain ways, and you can see that over time, that it's still a franchise that I certainly hold very near and dear, and I'm looking forward to the next one. I don't expect another one for several years because,
yeah, absolutely.
like, you know, those are very deep, detailed games. And I think New Horizons was a very ambitious one, to be sure, even if an imperfect one. But you know, very special game.
I still have over 560 hours on the game. Like,
I shudder to imagine. I have not checked my hours played count, but I know it's a lot. Do you have a favorite villager?
I do. I have a couple, actually. Of course, they're all pink. I love Meringue, I want to say, is my top one. She's a little rhinoceros with strawberry.
Yep, Strawberry Horn. I love her. She's great.
She's so cute. I love her so much. All my favorites I have amiibo cards of, so I can always put them into my village later. And then Cookie, the pink kid,
the dog.
Puppy. Yes, the puppy. I had her on my very first Animal Crossing save file on population growing, and ever since then I gravitated towards her. I love her so much. She's so special to me. I've had her on each one since then too. I try to get her on all of my new islands or villages because I love her so much. And then third and final one I want to say might be Marina, the pink octopus. I love her a lot.
She's cute. She's fun.
She's cute. Who are your favorites though?
My favorite villager, and there's a story behind it, is Lily the Frog. So my story with Lily the Frog was, it was the time that I was playing New Leaf. It was early years of high school for me. I grew up with 2 miniature poodles, and they both had very long lives. One of them was 13 or 14. The other was rescue that we had for about 11 years. And they both passed within about 3 months of each other. That they were basically a married couple, and we say that one of them died of the broken heart of the other not being around. But they both lived very, very long lives. Pets move on faster than we do, and that is how things go, sadly. But it was about a year after that we decided we were going to get a new dog, and the family was debating different names, and we were just sort of bouncing ideas around. And like I said, it was the time that I was playing New Leaf. So as we were just, discussing things over dinner one night, I started rattling off the names of my villagers at the time, which happened to include Lily. And it stuck. So we got Lily the dog, and we had her for, it was about 11, 12 years as well. She is sadly no longer with us, but it was the type of thing that obviously since then, Lily has always been my favorite villager. And it was as soon as I got New Horizons and I knew that amiibo cards would allow me to get any villager I want, that I went out of my way. I was like, I'm getting this amiibo card. So, and funny enough, it was in the very first note in a bottle that I got that it was from Lily, and I was like, I almost cried.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
And so, Lily is on my island, and it was the type of thing that, just being able to welcome her back and sort of have that. And obviously, little AI frog Lily is not the dog that I had, but it's the memento, it's the memory. And so Lily the Frog is my favorite villager, always will be, very special for that reason.
Oh, that is so sweet. What a nice story. Oh, I love that.
PlayStation Inquisition, the eagle's name is Apollo.
Apollo. Also, Plushy Angel brings up a good point. I also love Gil, the like pink heart alligator. She's super
Yeah,
cute.
very sweet.
Oh, that's really sweet though. Lily's a very good choice. Lily's also super popular.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people.
Yeah,
really
I found
like
out
Lily.
after the fact that she was very popular.
Yeah, she's so cute though. She's such a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Animal Crossing is great though. It's so nice. It has that feel good vibe that you can relate to real life stories and events.
Absolutely. Now, this next one
Ooh.
is another one that I really enjoy for other reasons. Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, which is... It's either this or Breath of the Wild that is my favorite Zelda game of all time. And even if this is... It's probably number 2 for overall gameplay, but what this game has for me that no other Zelda game has been able to match, it is my favorite final boss sequence of any Zelda game, possibly just any game ever, period.
It's
The final boss sequence is so good.
It's so good. It's so good. So I specifically didn't put on the logo. I didn't put Twilight Princess because honestly, Zelda as a whole is very important to me. But I wanted to make sure that I put Twilight Princess in there because it's my favorite and I love it so much. And I wanted to play it on stream for a very long time. I just haven't found the opportunity to do so. But gosh, does Twilight Princess do a fantastic job at building an environment. It is so, like, that is everything I wanted out of Zelda from Ocarina of Time, I feel. It is a little bit more dark of a, like, an art style.
Yeah, it's
and,
definitely
like,
not your
overall-
normal color palette.
Oh yeah, for sure, absolutely, and I acknowledge that 100%, and I know a lot of people dislike it for that reason. But gosh, is it so good. That final boss sequence, like you said, is just so empowering. It is so crazy with the twist.
Spoiler warning, that the game is 15-ish years old, so statute of limitations is up, folks. If you really don't want to hear spoilers, you can mute for a little bit, but we're going to go into it because it, you first have the possessed Zelda, and then you have Beast Ganon, and you think, all right, I've just beaten Beast Ganon in his most primal form, and then there's Midna's heroic sacrifice, and she, jumps on him. You're transported out of the castle. Hyrule Castle explodes,
it's crazy!
and you're sort of just like, wow, I've beaten the game, and Midna is gone, and just like it's a somber couple of seconds. And what do you mean that Ganondorf is rearing up on his horse, crushing Midna's mask?
It's so crazy, and you're like, he's not done yet.
That moment of, oh gosh, it's not over. It's not over.
And there's one last final epic battle.
Yeah, the final one-on-one, sword-to-sword fight with Ganondorf is so intense and epic.
Yes.
And from a design perspective, to end it all with the very first move that you learn, the finishing blow. I remember the first time I beat that game and played it, that I had been sitting down, as most people do when they're playing games. But that when I saw that little prompt on the screen, where A for finish, I stood up and audibly said, "That's it."
That's it. That's how you finish the game. That's it. You did it right there, single-handedly. That is the best ending. It is so good. Ugh.
So satisfying, so cinematic, and it felt earned because they were tough fights. They were 4 very different fights.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Just, like you said, the emotional swings of that of, all right, that first possessed Zelda one, this isn't the last fight. There's gonna be another phase, but also it's still very disturbing seeing Princess Zelda being possessed like that. That's unsettling as heck.
Yes! Because you see her as this, like, big, powerful woman and like the leader of this country. And to see her in such a state where she has nothing. She has no power. She has no free will. She can't do anything.
And
you
like,
have
there's
to
the
fight
weird
her.
discoloration. Like, you can tell that
so
there's
scary,
no question that she being possessed, she's being influenced, that there's like the blank eyes unusually pale skin.
Yep.
And then you get on to Beast Ganon, which is, like I said, just this huge primal thing. And for people who have played Legend of Zelda games, usually you think of that as, all right, this is the primal form, this is going to be the last battle. And then you also get this extra, just really intense, the horseback battle, which, again, doesn't feel like it's going to be the last one. You sort of know, all right, this won't be where it ends, but you don't know where it will. And then for it to finally have the, oh gosh, we're actually going to go. I don't know if in any other Zelda game, now that I'm thinking about it, that you go, no, you do in Wind Waker, that you go sword to sword, one-on-one with Ganondorf.
Yeah, it's so crazy, because, like, even in Ocarina of Time, which is, like, when people think Zelda, like, I feel like that's the definitive version of Zelda,
the iconic
right?
one.
Yeah, so even in that one, like...
But he's using magic in that one. It's not a sword-to-sword fight.
You see him from a distance. You don't even get close to him, like, at any point in the game. Like, the closest you get to him is when you're a kid and he's on the horse, and he's like, where did they go? And you're like, and that's it. And he's like this huge, powerful guy that, like, could, like, probably, like, choke you out or something. But, like, to get that power from, if you played Ocarina of Time, to fighting him from a distance with magic, not even, like, you don't even, like, touch him when he's in that form. You just throw the magic back at, well, okay, never mind. You do touch him, never mind. After, because he goes down.
Yeah, but he's not using a sword. He's using magic the whole time.
Exactly. And even then, that's when he's, like, down, you know? But to get that power of, like, fighting him in a sword fight, and to, like, feel the power, like, you've never been in this position before, you are in the shoes of the hero right now, and it is so overwhelmingly powerful. Oh, it is so cool. And then to finish him off with the first skill that you learn, it's just so good. It's so
That's
good.
good design right there.
Yes, it really is. And then you also, I mean, I'm gonna go on a tangent here, but Midna is my favorite.
Oh yeah,
I
she has
love
depth.
her.
She is the right amount of sassy.
Oh, of course. She's
But at the
so
same time, you know, you warm up to her, that she feels like she has a proper character arc. That Navi, hey, listen.
Yeah,
and just
unearned love.
Fi in Skyward Sword is my least favorite companion by miles.
I haven't
the whole
finished
thing
that
of
one, but yes.
just they're literally emotionless. And, you know, like the random percentage calculations of things like, oh, tee-hee, you're supposed to be an artificial intelligence. We get it. I'd prefer that you have a personality and not literally have your entire existence and all of your dialogue be stilted and robotic. That is not appealing to me as a character design. That I can appreciate. There have been really deep AI characters that have been written, and they have quirks that indicate, all right, I understand that this is an AI and that they might not comprehend emotions or certain human features, and usually they develop, or at the very least that they still have some depth of their own. I just never got that with Fi. But Midna was, you know, from the beginning, she has her own motives. She isn't entirely truthful from the start. And you have sort of an understanding of, all right, we are using each other to an extent. We have a shared goal at this time, and we will work together to meet our respective ends, and that is fine. And then as you start to learn more about her and everything, and just the whole reveal of, once again, spoiler warning, Zelda is not the Twilight Princess, even though Midna refers to her as such in the early parts of the game.
So good.
It is Midna. And just the way it ends in the post-credits, very sad, but it felt earned.
Absolutely. And then like, you don't really get a good feel for who Midna is as a character until she gets hurt. Until you hear Midna's lament, and then it's like, oh, I gotta save her. I gotta. And it's like, genuinely, every time I get to that part, I like panic. And I'm like genuinely in fear for what could happen to her. And I just like, all I want to do is seek out help. And the music does such a good job at building the tension.
Don't get me
and the
started on
mood.
Legend of Zelda music.
Oh, I know! Oh my god, the music is so good! I have goosebumps. I've had goosebumps like this whole conversation, by the way. I just love this game so much. It is so special. It is so good. And the music adds to that so much. And, Midna's Lament. I used to know how to play a little bit of it on the piano. I'm not like super good at the piano, but it's just so like the game has a very good job at building emotion and tension and the vibe and the feel and the don't even get me started on the Twilight areas. Seeing everything that looks like it's not right in the Twilight realm, like everything in Twilight just looks
Just
off.
mildly distorted, discolored, and that it's just recognizable enough to make sure you know where you are, but that you know something is wrong.
Something is very wrong, like things are not right, and it's just unsettling enough to make you so uncomfortable being there. I remember when I was a kid, I couldn't play those sequences. I used to have my parents do them for me because it was so scary to me. Seeing these places that should be like a town, like a comfy place, like a place where people live.
And it's in ruins.
And it's just not right. And there's these giant beasts running around, terrorizing the people that live there. And then you see these spirit orbs, and you're like, what is that? And you realize when you turn on your sniffy senses, those are people. These are people living in the Twilight, not realizing that their world is literally flipped upside down, and you're the only person that can save them. It is so impactful. I just, I love it so much. This game is so intense. Like the feelings that it makes you feel is so powerful. It's just so good. But anyways, this is just a very special game to me. Another game that I drew fan art of when I was a kid. I remember I drew, excuse me, I drew Zelda scared, and Link is like in a pose where he has his sword and he's gonna fight the bad guys. Of course, I wasn't very good at art back then, but I was really proud of that one. In fact, I was so proud, it was on lined paper. I laminated it.
Oh, wow. That's how you know it's, your early fan art. When it's you at school doodling in your notebook on lined paper.
Yup. But again, another game I highly recommend if you're into Zelda. Definitely go check out Twilight Princess. Or if you've never played Zelda at all, play Zelda. It might be hard to get into Ocarina of Time.
The original is very difficult.
Oh yeah, the original even so. Yeah, the original is so hard. I've never completed the original. I'm just too small-brained. I can't do it. I need like a walkthrough because everything is like hidden.
That I understand and respect the originals for their significance and for what they are. I've always, just from a player and design perspective, it's always annoying when it's, oops, I stepped a pixel too far forward and my opponent didn't attack me, but because I just slightly grazed against them, oops, 3 hearts gone.
Yeah, it's very punishing. Very punishing. And then you can only do the powers, I don't know what it's called, the power sword effect, the thing where you have full hearts. I don't know what it's called.
When you have like full hearts, and that especially in that game, that up until Breath of the Wild, the original Legend of Zelda is the one that has the least guidance of just, you are dropped in the world and have fun, and there's subtle design elements that help guide you from place to place, for sure, that it's not just totally open world, but it is certainly the least intuitive. Then, Breath of the Wild, PlayStation Inquisition says it's like a homage to Studio Ghibli with storytelling, and like I said, Breath of the Wild, if not for Twilight Princess, I think Breath of the Wild is my favorite complete gameplay experience of just the world, the environment, the the expansiveness of it all, and the fact that you really can just explore and do things at your own pace and take things in whatever order you want. That I did the Ruta Divine Beast first, the bird one.
Mm.
Then I did the
Ooh.
elephant. Then I did Death Mountain, and then I did
Ah.
the Sheikah Clan one last. And apparently that's unusual because most people do the elephant first.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know where it goes from there, but just I remember I was having trouble with the Lionel, the centaur type
Oh.
thing,
Yeah.
because I didn't realize that there was enough lightning arrows lying around, or that there was a bundle of them on one particular tree at the top. So like I had picked up 5 or 6, but I thought I had to beat the Lionel in order to be able to get to the elephant.
I see.
And I just
Oh,
couldn't beat that
no.
dang Lionel at that
Oh,
point in
no.
time. So I eventually gave up, and I started going around, and the next one I encountered was the Ruta village, which is where the
Oh.
bird one was. And then I went back afterwards and was able to actually beat the Lionel. And then shortly after beating the Lionel, I discovered that there was a whole bunch of lightning arrows up just on this
Oh,
mountain peak. It was like, oh, I just needed to avoid it and sneak around to find these. Oh, I wasn't supposed to beat it. I somehow misunderstood at that point in time. I thought I had to beat him. It was just like, I can't. I need stronger stuff. I need more hearts. So
Yeah.
I
I see where
took it
you're
around.
coming
But
from.
you're able to do that. That you can have that level of freedom as a player to do things in whatever order you just happen to do, and that you have that individualized player experience. And I did miss that they, apart from Hyrule Castle, you didn't have a quote-unquote proper dungeon experience. That there were the shrines, and I loved the shrines. But to not have that one continuous type of dungeon experience until the end was different, to be sure. But I'm glad they had the final one, because that Hyrule Castle iteration, so good. You talk about the music, the difference of the shift from the inside to outside theme of when you're inside, it's the creepy organ, but then as you walk outside, that it transitions in real time. So it's not even like restarting the track, that it goes to this military march that you can hear, just like marching things, and the brass comes in, and it's so good.
Yeah, dynamic music is so
Dynamic music.
it is so important to a good gameplay experience. I recently watched a video about dynamic music. But it's so important. Like it builds so much mood. Especially with that final dungeon, for sure. So kind of unpopular opinion, I guess. And by the way, I thought it might be funny to mention, Zelda was actually the topic that we first started talking about when we did like pre-interview stuff, where we were like,
That's
oh my
right,
gosh,
it was.
we're gonna stop talking about this because we're just gonna go on forever. So I thought it might be funny to mention that really quickly, because like even though we've talked about a lot of this stuff a little bit, we still have so much.
Like I said, we skimmed the surface, and I realized, oh, we could go for a while. I need to stop us. But good memory that was the first thing that I had to stop us on.
Absolutely. But with Breath of the Wild, I have a little bit of an unpopular take. I like Breath of the Wild for what it is, but there's a lot of things that I feel like they missed the mark for me. I guess I could say this as like a broad term, whereas like I feel like a lot of Nintendo games lately have been catered more towards new players and have kind of left older players wanting more, I suppose. Not with nothing, but wanting more. Like I feel like with the dungeons specifically, the dungeons were a big part of why I like Zelda, and the fact that they were all like a different area, like you were exploring this temple, this dungeon that has a purpose and like has a unique location and like it looks like you walk in there and you know, all right, I'm in the water temple, right? Like I'm in
Yeah.
this place, I'm in this temple that is like specifically designed for this area. And with the divine beast, I feel like they really missed that. Like I could walk into any divine beast and I would not know which one I'm in. I would
I
not
can
know.
sympathize with that. That the they had the macro dungeon that was Hyrule Castle, and then you had
Mhm.
these medium dungeons that were the Divine Beast, and then micro dungeons for all the shrines. But you were
Mhm.
absolutely correct that aesthetically, narratively, it makes sense that the Divine Beasts are all these
Mhm.
similar
Mhm.
creations, so the inside of them is going to look similar because it's that same type of ancient technology. But
Yeah. Yeah.
it is certainly uh, aesthetically mundane. I felt that the puzzles and everything in the Divine Beast were all cool and different, and I
Oh
enjoyed
yeah.
that. But
Oh
I
yeah. Oh yeah.
I can totally sympathize with the uh, the homogenization, for lack of a better
Mhm.
term, of the environments in that sense, and equally for the shrines that it's
Yes.
the
Yeah.
sort of blue pale slate, and then you have the orange glow every so often. Uh, that I liked the aesthetics for what they are, but I can definitely understand the desire
Mhm.
to have the more unique environments and the
Yeah.
more persistent environment where you get lost in a dungeon and that you are
Yeah.
gonna be there for several hours on end, getting to know this place inside and out, exploring
Yes.
all of the different rooms,
Yes.
really getting immersed in
Exactly.
it, and then when you finish that dungeon and finally get to the overworld again, it feels like coming up for air and being like, oh,
Yes.
this is what the outside looks like. This isn't a water dungeon game. This has the overworld, but you almost
Yeah.
forget that because you go so deep and you spend so long in the
Mhm.
dungeons in most of the other iterations, and that they definitely strayed from that. And I like what they did, but I can
Mhm.
totally sympathize that if that is a key part of the experience for you as a
Yeah.
player, that you would miss
Yeah.
it.
And I think it's important to take that into consideration too, because not every Zelda fan, old or new, is looking for the same experience, right?
Yeah, that
So
certain people care first and foremost at like the puzzles. The puzzles
yes.
are what drive certain people. For others, it's the sword fights. For other
Mhm.
people, it might be the actual act of traveling. And
Mhm.
depending on what type of player you are and what type of experiences you value most as a player,
Mhm.
that's why for different games, different people have different opinions. Because for you know Wind Waker, if you love the traveling experience, the overworld experience, the Great Sea
Absolutely.
is massive, and just going
Mhm.
around and finding these different islands, if that exploration is for you, that Breath of the Wild and Wind Waker are probably some of your favorite games in the franchise if you live for that
Mhm.
exploration. But if it's for the dungeons, that Breath of the Wild's probably not going to do it for you. If the
Yeah.
dungeons are what you really care about, um, at the same time, the I would say Skyward Sword might not do it for you necessarily. That uh, those aren't as uh, unique, I suppose, as the other
Mm.
ones, but that's still more of a midway point, certainly,
Yeah,
than
yeah,
what
yeah.
Breath of the
And you
Wild is.
can do it in Skyward Sword too. Like you have to revisit those same temples a couple of times if I remember correctly. But again, I
Yeah,
didn't finish that game completely, but you revisit areas and I think that also took away some of the experience for me in Skyward Sword, but I still need to finish that one. I've had that on the backlog for years and years and years and I
yeah.
just
I have mixed feelings about Skyward Sword. Certainly not a bad game, but uh, one of the big things for me as a player, uh, and whether it's a Zelda game or not, that the final boss sequence is a big thing for me. That it is the cherry on top. It is the finale, and
Mhm.
that's one of the reasons why I harp on Twilight Princesses so much is because I, as a player, really care about that final. What is the finale of
Last
my game?
hurrah.
What is the last taste I have in my mouth before I finish the game? And
Yeah.
Skyward Sword's final boss sequence was underwhelming to me.
Aw,
So
that's
that
sad.
undermines a little bit of stuff there, but there are other parts of the game I absolutely love. And
Mm-hmm.
there are other parts that I found kind of annoying. And it's it's good that the Zelda games are deep enough that they have all these different components that
Absolutely.
can mean something to people, because some games only have one or two layers to them, and it's just if you don't like this primary thing, you're just not going to play the game, period.
Right.
But there
Right.
are so many different things that might make you play a Zelda game because it is
Mhm.
that, because there is so much care put into it, but it does cause this variance that certain iterations, while all of these still absolutely have the heart of a Zelda game, and you can tell that creatively and in terms of design, they shift around, and it doesn't actually feel like they've necessarily gone in a consistent direction, that they usually
Mhm.
explore these new areas, and it's usually ones that they haven't gone in before, while
Mhm.
still holding true to the core tenets of the series. But if it turns out that in a particular iteration, the area that they really push isn't something that you as a player value highly, it usually
Mhm.
means that resources are taken away from other areas that you might value, and
Yeah.
that might cause you to not enjoy the game as much. And I think that's exactly what happened with Breath of the Wild for you.
Very well said. I think that's very well said. Instead of just saying, I hate this game isn't what Zelda is, it's more so you dislike where the game has gone for this game and the direction that they have gone because you have certain expectations. Not that everyone has the same expectations for the game as you, but the fact that Zelda is such a big game. Like, Zelda has a lot of things that draw in a lot of different types of people. Um, like I said, I really like the different dungeons. I really like another thing for Breath of the Wild for me is I like the settlements. Like I mean I like in Zelda the castle town. I like um
You like the world building.
Kakariko. Yes, and I do feel like I miss a little bit of that in Breath of the Wild because everything was in ruins. So part of me was a little bit sad that I couldn't see this big bustling world that everyone was doing stuff in and all the characters were just me's, it felt like to me. But I will say I do like the exploration in the game. I do feel like sometimes I have explored a little bit too much and that I can't find anything else, but it has given me a lot of hours of gameplay and I still do like the game. So I still like it. I just have more things that I look at probably mm, not in a way that I would appreciate as much as other Zelda games, I suppose.
Mhm. Apart
Mm.
from Twilight Princess, which one is your favorite?
Mm. Uh, ooh. I really like Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time. I'm all for like the older Zelda games, the
Mhm.
ones that have like the very samey formula, like do dungeons, get weapon, use weapon for dungeon, explore new area, go to next dungeon, get weapon. I love that same like gameplay loop. I don't know why I like it so much. I like it's so rewarding exploring that temple, getting the item, figuring out the best ways to use the item, and then getting to get the like prize or whatever is at the end of the temple, and then going to the next area and exploring. I just love that so much. I like that a lot. I like having like a main hub as well, like how in Majora's Mask there was Clock Tower or Clock Town. There was the Clock Town, and you would always wind up back there. And each day things would change, and the music would get more and more eerie as the time progressed. And I like unique characters and unique places and characters that have some sort of meaning. So Majora's Mask for me was really, really groundbreaking. Whereas a lot of the characters had their own story, their own quests, their own character progression. And like on Romani Ranch, there was the whole alien thing where Milan, I think Milan gets taken by the aliens if you don't get there in time. But if you get there in time, you can protect her and make sure she's safe. And there's all these different routes and things you can do to save the town and like it's just I just love that one so much. That is I think definitely that one would be my second favorite out of most Zelda games. But yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah. And I definitely hope that, obviously, we know that the sequel to Breath of the Wild is going to be the next game. It's currently slated for the end of this year.
Yes.
I'm expecting that we're going to get something about it at E3 that a lot of people were really disappointed. We haven't even talked at all about sort of the elephant in the room of the past week, there being a Nintendo Direct. That
It's gonna be a holiday
I didn't
title,
expect
though.
anything from Zelda to be in this one because it was about stuff for
Yeah.
the first half of the year, and we already know.
Yeah.
Zelda's going to be second half of the year, so we're going to get it later. We're going to get info about it probably, like I said, around E3 because that's when they do all the big stuff and are looking towards the second half of the year. So looking forward to that. But hopefully they will do some more, in-depth dungeons in the sequel that will help scratch that itch for you.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm actually really looking forward to Breath of the Wild too. I have high hopes for it. I'm hoping that maybe it has some of those things that I was missing out on in Breath of the Wild. But either way, I'm still gonna play it because I love Nintendo games, and every time a new Nintendo game comes out, I just have to. But yes, Zelda's a good one. Oh,
Now,
boy.
this next one sort of caught my eye because we're back to IRL toys again.
Yeah.
What is the subtitle on this? I need to actually see the subtitle.
It's
I need to do that
Poopsie
one.
Slime
Yeah.
Surprise.
Okay, yeah, because I obviously, Poopsie in big rainbow letters, and I couldn't, Slime Surprise. So I am not familiar with this, but I assume that this is one of those toys that, whether it be by squeezing the things or, some toys have it where, you put something in their mouth and then it comes out the other end. That, which variation of basically a pooping toy is this? Is this one where it's, you squeeze it and it's there, or?
Okay, so I will give you the down low. So I hate the branding and I hate the gimmick. I love equally slime and the toys that are included though. So the like branding and the actual like act that you need to do to get the slime is really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate and I dislike it, but I still do it anyways.
Eyes
the
on these
toys-
things are a bit disturbing to me.
Really? You think so? You know what? You're not the first person to say that. I think they're really cute.
I think it
they're
hits an
really
uncanny valley mark for me.
I can see that. I think they're really cute. I like the body proportions. I love their little pinkies. I love their little eyelashes, and they're sparkly, and like all of them are pearlescent too, so they're kind of shimmery. We don't have to talk about this one for too long because I've been also kind of out of the scene for a while. They no longer make these actually. So
But was this along the lines of the Squishmallows, where it was a thing that you collected?
Yes, exactly. Yes, I have quite a few of these. So they're basically a toy. They're exactly what you would expect. They are a slime making toy where you remove the pinky, and inside of their head is a powder. So you can't like take the powder out and like mix it in a bowl instead. You have to mix it inside of their head. So it comes with a syringe. It comes with a syringe that has like cute soda branding on it. Usually it's called like Farta, like Fanta.
Of course.
And then there's a little bag that it comes with that's usually like a chip bag. So instead of Cheetos, it's like Fardos or something. I can't remember. It's really
They lean into the
stupid,
toilet
though.
humor.
Yeah, they really did. And I don't really care for that. But so what you do is you fill the water with this syringe, and then you put the water into the head, and then you put the pinky back in, and then you shake it for 1 minute. And then after the 1 minute passes, you take the pinky out, and then usually you'll squeeze the head, and either it poops or it throws up. I never do the other way. I always make it throw up because I think the other way is gross, and also it doesn't really work that well. So then it turns into slime after like a couple of minutes. But like, okay, so they're mystery box things, right? So that's my allure. I am a sucker for mystery box stuff. So the mystery box part of it is what type of animal you'll get. And there's like a dragon that you see there, the green one, and then there's unicorns, and then there's little doggies and puppies and kitties, and like you name it, there's probably an animal for it. So like that's the allure of like getting them is figuring out which one you'll get and like hopefully getting one that you like. I have all the ones that I wanted. I did have to order 2 of them that were already open because they don't manufacture them anymore. And I was like, well, they don't sell the mystery boxes anymore, so I'm just gonna buy them, I guess. But those are poopsies. I still like them. They don't make them anymore. But I keep them on display because I think they're cute. I don't really have much to talk about with these. Just the fact that they were Markiplier actually did like when he was doing the Unisonus thing with Crank Gaming. I don't know his name. But they reviewed these. They did like an episode entirely based off of these, and they just were like ragging them the whole time. And I was like, I know, I get it, I see where you're coming from, but also you're breaking my heart. Ethan, thank you. Yes, thank you, PlayStation. Ethan, I love Ethan, by the way. Big vibes. But anyways, here's a horrifying thing that I love. Yeah, thank you, Hoshi. Very well said. A lot of people think they're scary. Totally fine. I love them.
Oh, now this is one. I never played Maple Story. I know a lot of people who did, and obviously I'm very familiar with Maple Story, and just one of the original browser MMOs. Goodness knows a lot of nerds, weebs, and otakus, however you identify in that sense, got their start here in terms of there's a lot of character creations. The characters had a distinctly anime-esque aesthetic, and the character customization led to a lot of people's first OCs, really.
Absolutely. It led to like commissions of people's characters, led to big groups of people playing underground versions of the game where you didn't have to pay for any of the cosmetics. It led to like independent servers and other crazy stuff. I love Maple Story so much.
Did it have an actual plot? Did it have an actual story, or was it that this is your story?
I don't know. I'm awful. In video games, like any video game, unless it's a Nintendo game and it has like a really good story, I skip past dialogue. My brain goes too fast. I'm thinking about too many other things. I want to go out and do stuff. I can't read. I'm busy. MMOs are the biggest offender of having like very long and drawn out and boring stories. So yeah, I'm gonna skip it.
All right, you need me to kill 16 of this enemy and get however many of this drop. Cool. That's all I need to know. I don't care that the reason that you want this is to feed your starving family. I don't care that you need this particular ore from the quarry in order to forge a mythical weapon. You need the ore? I'll get it for you. I'm happy to do that for you. No problem. Just make sure you give me the reward when I get back. You don't need to tell me your life story. That's fine. I skip. I'm pressing the button the whole time. I'm like, all right, done. Did it. I'm already done with it. Give me the XP. just sort of, nodding. Sure, yep, Can I go now?
Yeah, exactly like that. I have tried multiple times to focus more on the story of Maple Story. I know like the overarching theme where there's like the black mage and there is a story. So I know kind of a little bit about the story. I don't know if it's good. But I do know that there's a story with the black mage and how he's like revived and how he's gonna take over Maple Story and something like that, and he's a big bad guy and you gotta defeat him or something like that. And then there's like the olden heroes that defeated him already once and something like that. I don't know.
I don't know what it is that I completely identify. I didn't play a ton of MMOs. I never really truly fell into one, but I dabbled in a couple. Maple Story was not among them. I played RuneScape for a little bit. I tried to get into World of Warcraft for a time, never really got into it.
I'd say.
But it was the type of thing that even when I was doing those, that I was, skipping through the dialogue as well. But at the same time, we were just geeking out over the story in Legend of Zelda. And
Exactly. It's so
there's a
weird.
difference. And I think the difference is partially because Nintendo and Zelda's characters are more fleshed out, and that you are seeing it not just, you're seeing the model and reading this just wall of text in a pop-up UI, that you're actually seeing the dialogue box, you're seeing the person talking, and you're seeing the scene play out. So I think there's a difference there, and there's probably also just a difference in terms of the sheer amount that you have to read. That when you're reading Legend of Zelda dialogue, it's, a couple of sentences per thing.
Yes.
There's something more intimidating and easy to glaze over when it's just a page of text. That it's,
Yeah.
5 paragraphs of, to be fair, this is usually very well-written stuff that for the people who love the lore, who are really into that type of world-building presentation, that it's like a book for them. And if that's what you like and how you enjoy consuming your media, that's great. But at the same time, usually if you're just looking to get to the gameplay, it's all right. When I see Legend of Zelda, I'm fine reading these couple little lines because it's more bite-sized, it feels more palatable. But then when you see the 3 pages of text and you have that moment of, do I want to read all this or do I want to get to the gameplay? I see the button there that just lets me get to the gameplay. I think I'm going to use that button.
Yeah, I'm taking the easy way out. And I think in addition to that, a reasoning behind why we're more inclined to read dialogue for games such as like Zelda over MMO dialogue is, one, there's far less characters in a game like Zelda. Far less important characters anyway. We don't have the ability to memorize all of these characters and all of their important tasks or whatever it is.
They're complex stories. To be fair, that the people who write them are putting in the work, and for those who enjoy it, there's a lot of stuff in depth there, but you're absolutely correct that there's a lot to keep track of.
There's a lot to keep track of.
You mentioned this name. I definitely remember seeing that name in a town a couple days ago. I couldn't tell you who it was, though.
Yeah, and these big, vast worlds, it's just a little bit more difficult to retain that information and like be willing to also accept that information.
Yeah, especially if you're playing these when you're, younger, 10, early teens, which is where I was when I was trying to play these games for the first time. That I feel like if I were to encounter them now, I might be more inclined to actually really get into the lore and take the time to read it, because, just as you get older, one, you read faster, plain and simple. And that you can just mentally, you're a bit more seasoned and stretched, in that you are able to compartmentalize and remember, okay, these characters, and keep track of things over time. And I think that's probably why the demographics for those games, especially back then, skewed a bit older, because those were the type of people that were able to, process and appreciate, frankly, the depth that was in there, and we're just there for the gameplay.
Absolutely.
And that's valid. It's totally valid, but that's, I think, why we didn't really sink our teeth into that aspect as much.
Yes, I absolutely agree. Yeah, very valid points. MapleStory has a lot of... It's known for how big and vast the world is, too. Because the game is so old, they just keep tacking on more and more alternate worlds and
Is it
universes.
still going?
Yes! It is still going.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Yeah. They still have a social media presence, not like super crazy, but they post YouTube videos on occasion.
That's
they
impressive.
do birding events. I know, right? They do like level up events where if you join at a certain, like between a certain period of time, your character will level up quicker. So for people who want to revisit the game from their childhood, those birding events are perfect. And I feel like they've done a really good job at marketing towards those people who are looking to relive those experiences from their childhood.
Nostalgia sells, like you said.
Do
you remember your character?
I've had a lot of characters over the year, to be quite honest with you. I remember my first one because it wasn't great and I didn't get very far. My first like main character that I really sunk my teeth into and I kept going back with and I played the most with was a special character actually. She was known to be one of the like original heroes. I think her name was Mercedes and she was an archer. So it was like a special class that was a character in the story. You can either make your own character or play a special class that could represent either like a specific type of class or a specific character, specifically like Mercedes was. And I played this character because I really liked archers at the time. I liked being far back in battles because I didn't like getting hurt.
You like the safety of distance.
Yes, exactly. And I played her for a really, really long time. I think I got up to level 125, 130 or something like that, which is not really that far. I think the level cap is like 200. I think they also recently increased the level cap to like 20.
As you do.
10 or something. I'm not too sure. Maple Story level cap 300 now.
Wow.
You can be level 300, which is absolutely intense. But Maple Story was one of those games where it was more so I joined for the community and the experience and making friends. I really liked the cosmetics in the game. And Maple Story 2 delivered on that as well, but unfortunately, even though I was so excited for Maple Story 2, it was released in Korea for a really, really long time. And we were waiting for it to get released in the US and all the translation to be done, and finally, after I had purchased the pre-sale pack, I bought like the most expensive one because I was so excited, which came with like a bunch of cosmetics and other fun stuff, and like I was crazy. And so I finally started to play it, and within, I think, how long was it? I think it was like a couple of months that Maple Story 2 was live in the US that it shut down.
Oh no.
And yeah, it was only, let me see, Maple Story 2 US. When was it? It premiered on October 10th, 2018. And then it ended.
But the original is still going.
Oh yeah, the original is still, like, you can still play that one. May 27th, 2022. Okay, so it was actually 2 years. It was 2 years, but it really wasn't that long in the grand scheme of things when you're considering how long
2022,
Maple
so
Story...
it's not done yet, but it's...
Or sorry, 2020.
Oh, okay.
I didn't mean to say 2022, 2020. But yeah, so 2018 to 2020, so that was just 2 years that it was available in the US, and then they shut down the US servers. You can still play the Korean version if you have a Korean social security number and you live in Korea. But you cannot play in the US any longer.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
It is. It's really unfortunate because my girlfriend doesn't really like to play MMOs, but Maple Story 2 was the first one that I got her into and she really liked. So I was like, oh my gosh, we finally get to play an MMORPG together. And then it shut down.
Is there something in particular that you feel the series does better than other MMOs? Is it just the aesthetics that maybe draws you in, or was there anything about the gameplay or maybe the character creation?
I think it's the overall theme of the game, like the overall aesthetic, the overall character creation, the overall community as well, the trading, the items, the what else? The worlds, the maps. I think also nostalgia plays a big portion of why I still love the game. Because whenever I play now, I go back and I revisit the places that I would visit when I was younger, and I'm like, oh my gosh, these are still here. Like, they're still here. They're still working. Like, these maps still exist. Some have been lost to time, which is unfortunate, but for the most part, all of the main areas are still there. So I think seeing those areas are really, really fun. I've never been able to really like play with a friend before. It's really unfortunate because I play a lot of MMOs by myself. Which like the allure of MMORPGs is playing with friends and like doing
Mm-hmm.
stuff together and going on raids and doing all this other fun stuff and I don't know, I just haven't really had friends that like get invested in MMOs as I do. So I just kind of play alone, and I think that's a big reason why I also skip out on the story, because I don't have to worry about like missing anything and like having to relay that information to a friend, or like them talking about the story and being like, oh, this part of the story was great, and me being like, "Meh." But I don't know. I like MMORPGs a lot in general. I got really, really invested in Terra Online as well, which is another good one. I got really far in that one by myself. I've tried World of Warcraft a couple of times, just couldn't get into it like you. I tried, what other one? Blade. What is it? Blade. What is that? Blade and Shield or something? Why can I not
I haven't
remember
even
what it's
heard of
called?
that one.
Oh gosh, Jelly would know what it is, but I don't know if she's still here. But there's one that's like kind of martial arts themed a little bit, kind of. It's really fun. It's really interesting. And if you're like a smaller character, you have like a big kitty familiar, and they're really, really cute, and they follow you around. Blade and Soul. Thank you, Jelly. Yes, Blade and Soul. Blade and Soul.
You
That's
mentioned
another
that you
good
really enjoyed archers, and you had said
one.
back in the day, does that mean that your preference for classes has changed, or do you still
Yes.
enjoy ranged?
It has changed. I actually now switch to dual wielding, usually daggers or swords or something. I
Ooh,
just
so now
think
you
it's
like
really
really getting
cool.
up close and personal. You like
Yeah,
being the
yeah.
melee classes.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, absolutely. That, or like being a healer. I would want to be a healer if I was in a group of people, but usually I have to solo tank stuff. So
Mm,
usually I try and pick whatever class I can do the most damage with. I like being sneaky a lot. I really like Skyrim.
yeah.
Kind of not MMORPG
Mm.
at all, but class driven. I really like being sneaky. I like the Thieves Guild arc in Skyrim.
Yeah.
I like any like dual wielding kind of like assassin-y type stuff. It's fun. Yes, I
'Cause
do like that.
I enjoy those too, and I think part of it is because when you get to be sneaky, you feel smart because it's all right.
Yes.
I'm outwitting the enemy, and it's being able to deal a lot of damage, and it's the closest thing to being a ranged fighter without actually being ranged. That it's the concept of
Yes.
I am planning to not take damage, and instead of I'm planning to not take damage because you can't reach me, it's I'm planning to
Yes.
not take damage because you don't see me until it's too late. That you
Yes,
still
that is
don't enjoy
yes.
being the tanky, all right, I'm just going to barge in, and I don't care if you hit me because I'm so dang strong that it
Yeah.
won't matter. It's still, I don't want to be hit,
Mhm.
but instead of from afar, it's just, I will outsmart you this way, and that's how I won't get hit.
Yes, exactly. You put it to words very well. I played Skyrim a little bit on stream, and I just get so like I have a lot of energy in general.
You don't say.
And so when I outsmart my enemy in Skyrim, it just like it like boils up to like 500 degrees.
At the very least, you don't need to be quiet IRL when you're being sneaky in a game.
Exactly. That's the best. That's the best. Very fun though. But besides that, yeah. I like being sneaky now. No longer being in battle from afar. You said you liked being sneaky too in most games, or do you have another preferred class as well?
I usually like either magic users
Mm.
or rogues that, similar to you with archers, that I like being at that safe distance, but if I get to choose my weapon at a distance, I like the versatility and just sort of the mystique of being a magic user at a distance. But when it comes to anything that is going to be non-magic melee combat that I usually do, like the stealthier ones of just all right, like I said, I like feeling smart. Most people like feeling smart, and just the whole thing of, all right, I'm going to figure out a way to outsmart the enemy and avoid them and make it so that by the time they realize I'm there, it's too late. Or even if they do hit me, that, I have some buff or something or some advantage because of the sneakiness that gives me the upper hand there. Because for me, it's then it's sort of a sub game of the sneaking and actually getting into position and waiting for the right moment to strike. So I think that's where I really enjoy it. But I'm definitely similar to you that I'm usually not at least in a solo environment, the tanky, I'm going to run in and just, have a lot of armor type that I've done that occasionally in Dungeons and Dragons. If all my friends want to be sneaky or ranged, they'll be like, I'll sometimes volunteer to do that. But when it comes to games, especially when it's single player scenarios, that it is very rare that I will take the just, straightforward fighter or tank type of class.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You give
Hey,
off
Komori
magic
Mojo with the raid of 11. Welcome in.
Hi, Komori! Welcome in, Raiders! Hello!
Welcome. This is VTuber Talk. I'm Jay. I'm your host. I've been talking with Strawberry. We're having a good time. Holy cow, we've been at this for 3 hours now.
Oh my!
We still have a fair bit to go. Hopefully, you don't have anything pressing on your end today, you mentioned? Okay, cool. So we can just keep on going, keep on having a good time. Welcome, Raiders. We are learning about Strawberry. Absolutely. Yes, we were just talking Maple Story. We were kind of getting to the end there and discussing the broader tendencies for both of us in what types of classes we enjoy, whether it be in games, RPGs, or stuff like that. And we realized we both enjoy ones that don't take damage in one way or another.
Yeah.
And that it's either because we're ranged and you can't reach us, or sometimes because we're sneaky and by the time you can reach us, we've already gotten you.
The smart way out.
Yes. Now, for Maple Story, it makes me wonder that you said that it shut down in May of 2020, and that makes me wonder if, the global situation may have played into it, of whether it changed subscriber numbers, or if perhaps the team working on it wasn't able to work remotely, and that they decided, okay, it's easiest for us to shut this down and just focus on original Maple Story, which is still going. But I don't know if we'll ever get that. But it is an interesting observation, and it is nice that the original is still around, even if 2 is not.
Yeah, and I think it mostly had to do with I believe they made a statement on social media where they said something along the lines of they did not get the amount of interest in the game with a US audience as they had expected. So they couldn't continue with the costs of running the US servers, which is really unfortunate. I'm sure there were other underlying reasons as well, but I think that was the main factor as to why they had to stop, which is really sad. But it's okay. It'll live on forever in my heart.
And there is still the original.
Yeah, exactly. I can always go back and revisit that one.
Yeah. And the last one you had on this grid of 9, that there is a 10th topic and then also your art. I think we'll actually do your art after this. But Chibi Robo. This one, I didn't play myself, but I remember this was a GameCube game as well, if memory serves.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is absolutely a GameCube game. One of the weirder Nintendo titles, but it is still, the series kind of is continuing, but not in the direction that most people would like it to go, I suppose. So Chibi Robo, for those of you guys who don't know, Chibi Robo is a game where you are a Chibi Robo. You are a small, tiny little robot whose job is to clean up a house. So you are bought as a present for a family's daughter. The dad has purchased this robot to give to the daughter on her birthday, even though she's like 5, to clean up the house. And the mom is like, you just bought that for yourself so it could clean up for you. And he goes, no. But, so your goal as the robot is to clean up the house. Not only do clean up the house in the game though, but you also clean up the family's relationship. And
Oh.
yes, there's more to it. The family is in a bit of a rough situation right now, where the husband is sleeping on the couch every night because he's made his wife upset. He's purchased one too many figurines, something that a lot of us can relate to. He's really into a show called oh gosh, what is it called? I can't think of the name of the show, but he watches a show with like an action figure guy. And he has figures of it. He has like a toothbrush of this guy. He's got like, you name it, he's probably got some type of merchandise of this guy. And his wife is upset because they are in debt because he's been spending too much money on this stuff. And the daughter is unhappy because she feels like she can't be herself around her family. So instead of being, you know, talking and being like a kid, she wears a little froggy hat and only says "Quiero, quiero," and she's a froggy, so she's a little froggy. She doesn't say anything besides "Quiero, quiero." So your job is to put together the family. Your job is to clean up the house and put together the family and reunite everyone and make everyone happy.
Clean up their house, clean up their hearts.
Exactly. Not only are you reuniting the family, but you're also reuniting toys. So it's almost like a Toy Story type sentient toy universe type style thing, where the toys come to life at night. And while you're walking around cleaning up stuff, you get to meet all the toys and learn their backstories and see what they've done for the family and how long they've been around and help them. Like there is oh gosh, the one that comes off the top of my head is there's a tsundere teddy bear, and if he does not have his honey, he goes crazy.
Oh no!
And he terrorizes the entire little girl's room while she's sleeping.
This sounds a little bit like It Takes Two in some ways, where it's
really.
So have you played It Takes Two?
I haven't. I was gifted that game recently, but I haven't had the chance to play it with. I wanted to play it with my girlfriend, but I haven't been able to play it yet.
So I haven't played it myself, and I don't want to spoil it in depth for you, especially since you have it and might be looking to play it. It's a very beautiful, beautiful game. It actually won Game Awards Game of the Year, and I think deservedly so. That the basic premise of the game, and this is not a spoiler because it's in all of the trailers and everything, is that the two parents of a young daughter are on the verge of a divorce, that their relationship is on the rocks, and basically a magic book causes them to become small yarn toy versions of themselves, and they need to fix their relationship in order to become human again. But the way they do that is by undergoing a variety of adventures and trials, and the forces that they encounter, good and bad, are the toys of their daughter, the sentient toys of their daughter, and they discover things about their daughter through the toys and, you know, the world that is built there, and the things the toys tell them that they have not necessarily seen or been aware of. And they grow in that way, and it's a very, very sweet story. So not a one-to-one of Chibi Robo, that obviously, you know, this isn't a robot. This is the actual parents, but the mending of family issues through the lens of children's toys is still a very particular plot thread that is not very common. So I draw the parallel there.
Yeah, very good parallel to draw. I did see a little bit of gameplay for that. I saw one particular sad scene with an elephant, and not gonna say anything else other than that, but something sad with an elephant and the parents, and it made me cry. But I have wanted to play that very bad.
Definitely recommend it. That I was dancing around a fair bit there, and especially knowing that you have gotten it, that I think it would be a very good game to play. That it's just, like I said, I haven't played it myself, but I've watched multiple people play it because it is such a unique experience as a player because it is required co-op. There's only a handful of games that require you to do that, and just the communication and journey you get to go through with the other player while going through the in-game characters and their own journey is a very special thing. Uh-oh, my mic started cracking?
I think your mic is crackling just a little bit.
Give me a second, let me try something.
Might be a loose cable, yeah. But yeah. I see those similar ties. Yeah, I hear it too.
Testing 1, 2.
Oh, I think it's better now.
Better? Is this better now? Hopefully it is.
Much better.
Okay,
Yes.
cool. Don't know what caused that, but fortunately, good old unplug, replug the mic worked. Let me know if that happens again, folks. It has been a very long time since I've had that issue. It's a bit concerning that I found that now. Hopefully it doesn't happen again.
New mic soon.
I've had this one for a while. It's just
Then it's
a
time.
trusty Yeti Blue Nano, and it served me very well. I had an issue, not to segue too much, basically where they pushed a bad driver for it, so I had to buy a new one, and it was on short notice because I had a show that weekend, and it was a serviceable microphone, a half step below this, but I haven't invested in like a nice one. I've always glanced in like, do I want to actually invest and get a Shure microphone or something really nice? And my guess is that when this one eventually can't hold up anymore, that I'll use that. And but for now, this one is still holding up pretty good.
Still works.
Yeah, and to PlayStation's question, I use an interface. I use the G Hub, which is just the proprietary one that Logitech owns, the Yeti brand microphone, so it's via theirs. So hopefully it holds up. But anyways, yeah, Chibi Robo, and you should definitely play It Takes Two. Very fun game, and Hoshi has definitely been seconding that that recommendation. So for sure, hope to see you streaming it sometime.
Hopefully, yes. I would really like to. You're not the first and probably not the last person to recommend that I play it. It's just meant to be.
Yeah, and that actually brings us to the end of the 9-point little mood board that you made, but there's still a fair number of things that I want to discuss, and I'm going to bring us over to a different scene for just a moment.
Okay.
So we can check out your art. Now I've got a slideshow going. I'm just going to, whoops, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to pause it, not stop it. There we go. So I'm just going to go through the order that it wound up in. This one, it's a little bit difficult to see against the white background, but it says in the corner there, Creative Heart Cow, this is a Care Bear cousin. Now, one of my siblings was very much into Care Bears back in the day, so I know what Care Bears and Care Bear cousins are. It wasn't something I got super deep into, but I have for not being into it, I have a surprisingly deep knowledge of them.
Yes. Oh, they're so comfy. I used to collect Care Bears, the plushies, when I was younger. And I kind of dropped off of liking Care Bears when I reached a certain age because I was told that I can't like that.
You're a big kid. You're not allowed to like cute and fluffy things. And well, look at where you are now.
I know, exactly. I was told you can't like that stuff anymore, so I had to sell all of my Care Bear toys at a yard sale and watch them go bye-bye. And so I no longer have them anymore. However, I am an adult and I can make art of my favorite things now. So this piece is actually a little bit older. I've done quite a few art since this one, but I really wanted to make the idea of making a Care Bear cousin that was a little cow like me that used their tail to paint pictures because I like painting. I like doing art. And I wanted them to be super shy and too scared to show their art.
Because like, obviously I can see the shyness and the hesitance in the art of just, the way the eyes are, the way they have one of the hooves, by their mouth, and just looking kind of nervous. And in this particular picture, you see them painting with their hands, but as soon as you mentioned painting with the tail, I glanced over and was like, oh, I see the paint on the tail. It's right there. And even if they aren't using it at this moment, it clicked for me as soon as you said it.
Yes, absolutely. But this was just I saw someone on Twitter actually make a Care Bear OC, and I was like, I want to make a Care Bear OC, but I'm not a bear, so maybe I should just make a cousin. So I did, and I actually still really like how this turned out, even if the head's a little bit big.
To be
I
fair,
still
Care Bears had big heads.
they
They all had
do
big
they
heads.
do.
That was the general design. I think that the proportions here are actually just right.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I still am really fond of this piece because I haven't yet done like a big like full. I guess I have now, but this was my first like big full reference sheet of something like this where it's like a full aesthetic like put together in a pleasing way that represents the character and also the aesthetic and showcases their like personality and what they do and gives like a background to the story rather than just them being on a blank canvas where they just exist. Because as an artist I work on a lot of commissions that are usually just a character looking and existing and are either like for reference or are a graphic design specifically for something to be made into like merchandise or something like that. So not very often do I get to draw pieces like this that showcase like a full piece that has a narrative,
Yeah, and I like that there's sort of the two perspectives that you have the nervous sort of painting, and you can tell that they're sort of judging, critiquing their own art and being like, is this good enough? But then also, it's sort of a sad thing that in the secondary one you have is them holding their piece, and I sort of crying a bit, and I'm getting the feeling that they're crying because they're too nervous to show it to someone, not because they've shown it to someone and they said it was bad, but that the very real, very relatable artist's anxiety of just being too hesitant to show someone your work because you are worried that they will not like it or that it will be deemed not good enough is a very, very real thing that, frankly, that's, I think, an emotional sequence that adults get more than children. That most kids, when you're 5, 6, 7 years old, you make a painting, you show it to your parents, you're super proud, it's going to get put on the refrigerator and you're happy, you never have a second thought. That it's only when you start getting deeper into art as a teen and an adult and start encountering criticism that you begin to have those types of self-doubts. So it's funny that I feel like this particular character might not resonate with young children as well as it would resonate with adults.
You have a good point there. You have a good point. I didn't even think that far into it, honestly.
But at the same time, like that it's for, people in the VTuber community there. I know plenty of artists who have this exact thought process and issue, and I think it's super cute and sweet and nice that you made this, because it's the type of thing that I think people, not just in the VTuber community, but the broader community, that there's probably a lot of people who grew up with Care Bears that could see and, really enjoyed that. One thing, when I saw this particular piece, I sort of realized, gosh, Care Bears really aren't around anymore. That for the resurgence that things like My Little Pony or He-Man and She-Ra and Transformers have had, that Care Bears is one of those franchises from the 80s and 90s that never really got a reboot in the 2000s.
They're kind of coming back. So I believe there's I think there's a new Care Bear show.
Oh, is there?
They're
okay.
not as popular as any of the other reboots are, though. They're like a different style, though. They've like totally changed the style. They did like the Cal Arts like revamp kind of thing, where it looks very much so like a Cal Arts style. Like it looks very modern, which is, I guess is what they gotta do. But I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. I prefer the old style, though. I just like how soft they are. I think.
Yeah, I looked at this and it's the type of thing that I hadn't thought about Care Bears in long enough that when I first glanced at it and looked at the character, I didn't register initially that it was a Care Bear cousin, but as soon as I saw the text in the corner that, I looked down and was like, oh, wait a minute. I see the belly badge. I see just, like I said, I think you actually got the proportions correct here. And as soon as I had that, I was like, wait a minute, I see this, and I think this is really good. Just genuinely that it has that feel. You can see the little fuzziness on the face, and just the eyes as well. That the Care Bear eyes, since they were toys, that they had sort of the button eyes, but they would have the little, sort of glistening white spots that you had there. And I think this is a really nice little piece, and it's very sweet. It's a little bit sad, but it's very cozy at the same time.
Yes, very cozy. That was my intent, was to create a character that I personally resonated with, and also a character that, would be warm to other people as well and comforting. Because I feel like going back and revisiting any nostalgic content is always going to be comforting to so many people, because it's going to hopefully resonate and draw back to a time that was nice and comfy and cozy and safe and warm.
And if you had told me that Creative Heart Cow was one of the new line of Care Bear cousins in this reboot, I would have believed you. It feels
so
like a concept. It just, you have the alliteration with Creative Cow. You have heart in the name because they always would put heart in the name somewhere.
Well, thank you. That's really sweet.
And this is a super sweet one. I would love to see further adventures of Creative Heart Cow.
Well, thank you. Maybe I'll go back and revisit the idea sometime.
Hey, we all know who this is.
The baby bear himself!
Yeah!
I don't know why I left the text on there.
I don't know.
I don't think I have a version of it without the text, so kindly ignore the fact that it says happy birthday, Hoshi. In fact, don't ignore it. Wish Hoshi a happy birthday. It's not his birthday. Happy birthday, Hoshi!
Happy birthday, Hoshi.
So I wanted to specifically add this on here, not just because I wanted to wish Hoshi a happy birthday, but to, I guess, allude to the fact that I had mentioned earlier, that I was the artist that drew Hoshi's current Live 2D model. The teddy bear that you see him using sometimes on stream is the teddy bear that he directed me to draw for him. To this day, this is still one of my favorite projects that I have ever worked on. I get to see this model on his stream because, again, Hoshi is my favorite streamer. I get to see this model on his streams, and it's like, it still feels like a dream to me that I made that. And he is using that. I didn't rig it or anything. I just made the art for it.
But it's still so good.
Thank you.
And funny story, actually, I had approached Hoshi about being on my show, and we had started to plan things out, and then he messaged me saying, don't tell anyone, but I'm getting ready to do a redesign. Let's wait until after the re-debut. That way it can be, showing off the new design, the new art. So I was like, okay, secret safe with me, not gonna tell anyone. We just sort of put it on the back burner. It's like, okay, I have you lined up. Let me know once the debut is done, because obviously, you have to put a lot of time and effort and make sure all the assets and the rigging are done, so you don't always know the exact date super far out. But it was just, all right, we have you in the queue, Hoshi, and it's just, you say the word. Once you're ready to go, we'll get you rescheduled. But we put our show on pause. So, pause. So we could let him have the show with the new model, and that we wound up having it. It was within a week, if memory serves, of the debut of the new design.
Yeah, I remember being really, really soon after, and I was like, wow, what convenient timing.
Yeah, that was not convenient. That was very deliberate.
What had incredible timing then. That was fantastic. But yes, Hoshi has also been here, interviewed by VTuber Talk. And again, like I said, I watched it and I enjoyed every minute of it. So I don't know, it's just been a nice kind of tied ends together to have me on here too. I don't know, it's just nice to be here to, as someone who has seen Hoshi on here and then made his model, seen Hoshi on here, and then now I am here. It's just really nice. It's just super honoring.
The pleasure's all mine.
The pleasure's mine. No. Thank you for having me, and thank you for trusting me during the your charity stream as well. Being that
was the easy one. That was super easy one. That was so much fun. I'm still. That was such a ride of a weekend. And I still need to make good the last few things. I'm deciding a date currently on when I'm going to do the B-movie script reading. I have actually consulted with Phoebe, and I've gotten the same script that she used for hers. So it's just now I need to sort of pick out a date and figure out one that is... I don't know if it's going to be maybe a weekday show, since I usually have my interviews on weekends, or if I will take a week off from having a guest and just do one myself. I'm leaning towards just doing one in the middle of the week somewhere and figuring that out. But there's that, and then I have to do the ASMR stream at some point in time.
Oh boy!
So that will be very fun. Definitely something that you all can look forward to. Now this one.
So
Nebula Saros. I'm not sure. I think I saw that name in chat earlier.
You did. You did. So Neb is actually one of my friends. We met each other during my first re-debut. So I re-debuted last year, July, sometime around July, and that was his first time in my stream, and he actually won one of the biggest giveaways that I was hosting during my re-debut, which was also a subathon, to draw him up a whole PNG tuber version of himself. I, being the busy bee that I am, and the ticking time bomb that my brain is of thinking of new things and new projects that I need to do, took way too long to get to it, and my girlfriend actually got to making him a PNG way faster than I could. So the PNG that Neb actually uses over on their streams is one that my girlfriend made for him. But I decided instead to make them a full reference sheet so they could use that for future commissions that they may need of their character. But this is the character fully fleshed out that we had kind of worked together to create, not just myself, but also my girlfriend Jelly and Neb, and Hoshi also had input on this character as well. So it's been like this big group effort to make this character what they are. But I thoroughly enjoyed working on this reference sheet. This is the first like big reference sheet like for reference purposes that I've ever made. So for the time that it took to make, and the wrapping it together and making the the background for it and the overlays, I'm still quite proud of it. I didn't make the logo on the top left hand corner. It is by Sad Machines on Fiverr, I believe. So I don't take credit for that. But all the art that you see on here, excluding the logo, is something that I have done. It took a lot of time, and I don't know. I'm just really proud of how it turned out. I think it turned out all right. I am a little bit upset because I feel like I might not have been able to capture the exact tone of the character, but also at the same time, like, my art style is just very baby, so I find it hard to not do that. But I still like it.
And you also generously donated a sketch to the charity marathon. I can't recall off the top of my head who won that, but have you gotten around to that one yet, or is that still in the works?
That's still in the works. works. That's still in the works. I did reach out to them though. I think I have a message from them. Yeah, I do. They wanted a character from Undertale. Undertale? No,
Ooh.
the Deltarune.
Deltarune, yeah, one of the Toby Fox games in that universe.
Yeah. But I'm gonna make them a full image of Asriel for them.
Ooh,
Yes.
very exciting. Looking forward to seeing that one for sure.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, this next one, I saw this and I was like, I don't think I've ever seen Straub work in a black color palette before.
I haven't. This is actually relatively new. I just wanted to share this one because this is super new. Like I just posted this on Twitter the other day. This is just a little sketch that I did of a character that I found on Twitter. The character is made by, oh gosh, let me see if I can find it really quick. It is made by Ori's Ghost, at Ori's Ghost. Oh, let me copy it really quick and paste it in chat. There we go. That's their @ on Twitter. But they made this really cute demon character, and I love them. And I had to draw them. They're really cute. They have like a really cool shackle halo. And I just thought that was really an interesting character design. So I was like in a call with my girlfriend and her friends, and I was like, kind of want to draw, but I don't know what to draw. And then we scrolled past this, and my girlfriend was like, draw that. I was like, okay. Why did I think of that? I just done that from the start. So I did, and the creator actually commented on my post and was like, "Oh my gosh, this is really cool!" And I was like, "Oh my gosh,
Awesome!"
Yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool.
And it's very different from your usual in that it's a darker palette, but at the same time you have the bright red, and the way the lines are, it's still, you can tell it's your work. It's not your usual, but
yes,
you absolutely put your own style into this, and it's really cool that like I said, when you sent over the different images, this one obviously stood out because it was the only one that wasn't super bright palette.
yeah, and I really don't work with blacks ever. Like even on my model, like if you take a look, my model.
Yeah, the closest thing that we get to that is perhaps your eyelashes.
Yeah,
and
that's
you have
brown.
Mm-hmm.
But I really like never work with blacks. In fact, I make an effort to never use black in my works, because it oftentimes tends to be a little bit too dark with the colors that I utilize. But I don't know. I liked working with black. It opened up a lot of color options, even though like the entirety of the piece was in black mostly. Because I work with such pastel line art, usually I have to work with colors that are lighter than my line art, which leaves me to 1/4 of the color wheel. Because I'm narrowing down colors that are darker, brighter than that line art. I can't really work outside of that realm, otherwise it's gonna look weird.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So very cool to see you go outside your usual realm there.
Yeah, it was fun. It was really fun. A nice little test.
Now, this one, I suppose, is particularly topical with Valentine's Day being just 2 days away. And the question I had here, did you actually make this into a actual sticker sheet? Because I know some people have done that. I think Captain Krabs has a number of sticker sheets that he actually sells in his shop. I'm not sure if this is something that you did with yours or if this was just an art piece of a sticker sheet.
So, 2 things. I do have an Etsy, and I do sell stickers. Normally, I make them very nostalgia-based or based around my character. However, this sticker sheet is not a sticker sheet that is meant to be made into real stickers. This was actually commissioned of me from a Roblox Royal High dev. So this sticker sheet is in a game called Royal High on Roblox, which is, I think, the most popular game mode in the game. Don't quote me on that, but there's a lot of people that play Royal High. So I was commissioned to make this sticker sheet for an in-game diary. So in the game, there is a little diary that you can place stickers onto, write little blurbs about yourself, mention things, you know, have little questions and stuff like that. But you can also put stickers in there and decorate it and make it cute and customize the colors and stuff like that. So the main dev of the game, Barbie, reached out to me a little while back and asked me, hey, I wanted to commission some stickers from you for our game. Let me know if that's something that might interest you. And ever since then, I've been working on the game, making stickers, and I've made so far 4 sticker sheets for the game, and many more have been planned. So I've made this one, which was the most recent for Valentine's Day. I've made a lights pack for New Year's. That is like banners of fairy lights that you can put alongside your along the top of your diary. I made a Christmas pack, and I also made a fruits pack, which has yet to be released, but that was the first one that I made. But I've made quite a few stickers now for Barbie, and if you play the game, you can see those in the game and put them on your diary.
Because you had mentioned that in passing near the top of the show, and I'll admit, I didn't actually know that. I didn't know that you had commissioned art in Roblox. That I don't play Roblox, but I know obviously what it is and just how big it is. So to have your work in one of, even if not the biggest games within that platform, that's huge.
It's a big achievement for me, to be honest, because it's a game that I've heard a lot about. Like my girlfriend's little sister would play it, and I'd be like, what are you playing? And she'd be like, Royal High, and I'd be like, wow, it's wacky. And it's like one of those things that you see so many people playing, and like you just don't think twice about it. But like, I had never played it. I played it before. I played it once before Barbie had reached out to me, and I just thought it was cool. You know, I thought it was a really fun game. I like dressing up. I like looking cute. I like putting on cute clothes. So I tried it out for a little bit. I didn't get very far, because to get cute clothes you have to be like level 70 or something, and I'm like level 5. But it's really interesting to, you know, not partake in a community and then to all of a sudden be overwhelmed by these people who are looking to you for updates and new stuff for the game. And like, I am now a part of a community that I've never been a part of all of a sudden, and
you get to see people using the things that you've created.
Yes, it's very surreal. It's very surreal. I have yet to play since my stickers have been added to the diary, so I haven't edited my diary yet, but I definitely do in the future want to. I probably won't stream it, but I wanna go in my diary and add my stickers onto my diary, just because I think that'd be kind of cool, even if it's a little bit like tooting my own horn. I don't care.
I think it's earned at that point. I think it's totally fair for a creator to celebrate and use the thing that they made in a game.
Yeah, I think it would be super cool. But that's another project that I've been working on the side.
When they gave you the request, did they have a specific list and say, all right, these are the 9 stickers we want made? Or did they just say, we want a sheet of 9 stickers and it should be Sweet Valentine as the theme, but you can choose what the exact stickers are?
You know what? I actually have a really sweet deal with Barbie. So when she initially reached out to me, she mentioned that she wanted a sticker sheet of fruits and that I had my own choice of what fruits I could include. Just that she wanted them to be sparkly and cute and fun. And I was like, all right, fantastic. From there, after I had provided those stickers to her, she told me, you know what? If you have any other ideas for sticker sheets, jot them down and send them over to me, and then I can let you know if I want to include them in the game. And from then on, she has either... Okay, we have like 8 sticker sheets that I have come up with that I intend to make in the future. But in addition to that, she also comes to me for like holiday and like with Valentine's Day, she wanted me to make some Valentine's Day stickers. But overall, what I'll do is I'll sketch up a page for her and show her the sticker ideas that I've come up with, and she either okays them or asks me to work them around. But I have a pretty sweet deal. I get like full creativity. Like I get to come up with the stickers. She just has to okay them, make sure they're good for the game, And from then on, like I finished them up, and then they're imported into the game. But yeah, I got a pretty sweet deal.
That's awesome. That's so cool. And it's always nice to hear when developers are working in a good, healthy way with their commissioned artists, and that there is able to be that leeway. Because obviously, some games have very particular needs, and especially if it's, you know, plot driven, they might say, all right, we need this thing done in this style because narratively it has to be this thing. And that's okay.
Absolutely.
But at times it can be flexible, and it's always nice when developers are able to just go to an artist and say, we like your work, we like your style, and we know you do good stuff.
Very flattering to be in that position where the commissioner trusts your style and your input so much to give you freedom as such. It's really nice.
And it does take some of the strain off of them that, you know, sourcing the idea, saying, all right, we know we want more stickers eventually, and that this is going to be a thing in our game, but it takes a bit of work off their shoulders to say, hey, if you have ideas, let us know. And at the same time, it sort of takes work off of your shoulders when the idea is yours to begin with, and they don't need to bother saying, all right, we want this, that, the other. That when they say, all right, we like your idea, just run with it, it means that they have to do less work, you have to do less work on both of your respective ends of just, you know, going to that concept. So it really is a win-win.
It really is. It really is, because Barbie's got, like, it's a little unfortunate, because she really does have so much that she's doing, and because the audience is a little bit younger, it's a little bit more hard for them. It's difficult for them to fathom how much that she needs to complete and do and like coordinate to release an update for the game. So if there's anything that I can help out with, like, I have even extended the offer to work on other projects for her, and she seemed to be pretty open to the idea. So hopefully, not just stickers will be made by me in the future. I've already mentioned that I'll be making like almost like a paper doll type sticker sheet as well, because the game is mainly a dress-up game. So I intend to make like a base, like 3 bases, one feminine presenting, one male presenting, and one non-binary. That way, people can dress up their characters however they like. And kind of work around that and have their favorite outfits in their diary represented as stickers, which is a big thing that I'll get started on here soon. But that's another project that we've kind of discussed and figured out that we're not only going to implement outfits from the game, but also outfits that I just want to add, which is really cool because Barbie just gives me, again, that freedom to work with what I want to, and then she lets me know if it's cool or not. But really interesting dynamic to have in a business relationship, that creativity.
And very exciting. So be sure to keep an eye out, folks, because there's more from Strawberry on the way.
Lots more. Yeah.
Alrighty, and that brings us back to the beginning. So those are all the pieces. I'm going to bring us back to the main screen.
Phew!
Now, for any of you keen-eared listeners, you may have realized that the music that we have been talking with in the background all day is some delightful Kirby music. And it was just last night that I was messaging Strawberry saying, hey, I like to usually have BGM from my guest. I have a whole bunch of go-to playlists. If you don't have a BGM that you have as your own, let me know what you'd like to use. First, you sent me this very beautiful, it was like almost not quite music box, but it was very soft and cozy and a little bit sleepy. And I said, this is beautiful. But I get the feeling that it's not going to match the type of chaotic energy we're going to have on the show tomorrow. And you were like, oh, I was worried that the thing I might have might be too much. And I was like, oh, there's no such thing. No such thing. Have you seen the other people I have had on this show? Chaos absolutely happens here, and I enable it. And I am proud of enabling it. So you sent me another one, and it was a nice, bouncy 1-minute loop, and I was all set to use. I was like, all right, cool. it's a little bit of a short loop, but whatever. It's definitely, I felt that it fit the mood better. But then, without prompting, you said, or you could go with this, and just dropped this Kirby playlist in. And I don't know if you realize it, but the URL you sent me was time-stamped being like halfway through, which tells me you had been listening to it, that you didn't just pick it out, that you had been listening to it, because it doesn't come with that, how many seconds in URL timestamp unless someone's actually been watching the video.
I listened to that mix so much!
And I just messaged you, I was like, there's something you need to understand about me. I love Kirby. I love Kirby the character. I love the concept of Kirby. I love I have not played every Kirby game out there. I've played like 5 or 6-ish, but just in general, I love the character of Kirby. I love just the aesthetics, just the way they say he is shaped like a friend.
He's shaped like a friend. He really is. He's so soft and squishy and
so
puppy.
Cute. And
he's so cute.
And I've always loved Kirby music. That I think that Kirby music is some of, frankly, the most underrated. It's so fun, but it can get super intense. There's some just outright beautiful ones. The Fountain of Dreams orchestral mix that they've had in Super Smash Brothers music games,
I love that one.
Super intense, and some of my favorite.
So good.
The classic Green Greens, the da 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 da. That's super fun. And obviously it is timely because the new Kirby game is going to be coming out just next month, and they had a whole spotlight for it in this week's Nintendo Direct, and we now have, as many people are calling it, Kirby, because of mouthful mode of just this new little gimmick where Kirby can basically envelop larger things that I liked when Kirby was a vending machine. I thought that one was super cute. But then there's also just the car one was the first one they used, and like I've seen pictures and fan art of Kirby going around the past couple days, and it's so a little disturbing, it's a little weird, but it's so absurd, it's so funny, and Kirby's always just having a good time. Also canonically the most powerful being in the Nintendo multiverse, as proven by Smash Brothers Ultimate. The only one that could survive the actual destruction of the universe because he can warp dimensions.
Yep. He's just cool like that. It's funny you mentioned Kirby. Because before stream today, I was like, I have an hour. What if I did something cursed?
Oh no.
What if I have a tendency on my stream to make hats and stuff for my character. I love making little accessories like this. I love making...
You were wearing like 20 hats the other day.
Oh, yes. Oh, that's a common occurrence over on my stream. I love making stuff like this. This is my jam. I love doing dumb little... I'm a cowboy.
You're a cowgirl.
I'm a cowgirl. Yeah. So I thought, what if within this 1 hour that I have of free time, what if I...
Full disclosure to anyone watching, she has not told me about this.
What if I just made a Kirby hat eating my head? I did not, but I wanted it specifically just for this segment, just for right now. And I was like,
I hope you make it, even if you didn't get it for this segment. I want to see this now. Just
maybe I'll make one in the future. Maybe I'll make one in the future, just nomming on my
head crab, but it's Kirby, basically.
I was like, I probably don't have enough time, but if I really pushed it, I could probably do it. And I was like,
I'm glad I'm glad you didn't stress yourself out or anything. So I am glad, but I hope something like that sees the light of day at some point.
Future hat.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly. But specifically wanted to talk about Kirby because I wanted to hear your favorite Kirby games and maybe talk a tiny bit about the one that I have played or the three that I have played.
So my first introduction to Kirby was in the original Super Smash Brothers, and Kirby was my main that I just enjoyed, sucking people up, copying their powers, and Kirby's throws were super cool of just how he would literally jump up off the screen and then crash back down to Earth.
I made Kirby in Melee!
Yeah!
I loved Kirby!
So actually, in terms of development, a lot of people point to the reason why Kirby was the sole survivor in Ultimate to be the fact that Kirby was Masahiro Sakurai's first creation. That HAL Laboratories, the studio that oversaw the original Smash Brothers games before getting broadly absorbed into Nintendo, that Masahiro Sakurai, the gentleman who is now known for basically being the guy behind Smash, made the Kirby games, and that Kirby was his first creation. So I discovered Kirby that way, and then later picked up Kirby Dream Land 3, I think it was, that my mother found at a yard sale for Game Boy. So I played that just, forwards, backwards, every way you could, and loved it. That was the first Kirby game that I actually played and just fell in love with. There was Nightmare in Dreamland on the Game Boy Advance, and there was a couple other ones on the DS. For me, I think my favorite is probably Nightmare in Dreamland for the Game Boy Advance. That one's just really its core Kirby experience. I've gone back and replayed most of the original ones, like Dreamland 1 and 2 as well, the original Kirby's Adventure. And I think that for what it is, Nightmare in Dreamland just is one of the most fleshed out iterations of that initial Kirby gameplay design. And it's a very colorful game, very fun game. It has a lot of variety. And so that's the one I usually point to. Obviously, there's been a lot of different iterations on the formula. That you've said that your favorite one is Epic Yarn, which is sort of a different one because the whole thing is in the opening sequence of the game, you realize that Kirby can't suck up enemies. So it was absolutely turning the franchise on its head of not having that very fundamental, iconic ability for Kirby. I've played bits of it, haven't beaten the game, but still enjoyed it. And I think that Kirby is another one of those that, as a franchise, it has always kept its identity, even as it has explored mechanically.
That's very interesting because, in Kirby's Epic Yarn, it still allows you the kind of ability to turn into stuff, just not in the same way.
Yeah.
Not to the extent as previous games. It's definitely not the most integral part of the game. But yeah, I can definitely see why people dislike Kirby's Epic Yarn, for not just for that reason, but because it's kind of a baby Kirby. The repercussions for dying are, you lose some of the little gems and that's it. You don't have lives, you don't have to restart the level after you die too many times. You just respawn back at the last spot that you died and you're fine. You just lose your gems, you get a lower score, and that's it. But I think the main reason I like Kirby's Epic Yarn is because the aesthetic just feels so comfortable.
It's a very pretty game.
It is, and the music is gorgeous. It is just absolutely fantastic. I love the whole, this makes me want to play it again. I love the whole winter area. That place just warms my heart. It gives me the warm, cozy fuzzies. And I love the spring area. I love the sweets area. I love the ocean. It's just so fantastic. And I feel like the world design, the way that the worlds were created and designed, and the way the music works so well with each level and map, it just, the harmony that they create is more to me than I need out of the gameplay, I suppose. And I feel like that with a lot of games. If the world design and the music are in harmony and they create this cohesion between the world that you're in I feel very safe there. I feel like I can explore this world to the fullest of my ability. I'm not one for like, whoa, the gameplay on this is so cool. Oh man, press B
Kirby
and
games
A.
are generally pretty easy forgiving games, even in the early
Mhm.
ones. That it's always been something that you can beat in relatively short order. That it's not, you know, a 30-minute or 2-hour game, but you can get through most of these in, you know, 10, 15 hours as opposed to, you know, 30, 40, 50 that you'll see for Legend of Zelda and some of the Mario games. So it's easier, but it's just for the time that you get, that it is time well spent. The worlds are just so colorful, like you said, very comfortable. They go all in on their aesthetics, whether it be the yarn one or just the more classic style. They had the paint one, color or canvas curse. They've explored these other things, and also I point to Epic Yarn as the direct cause of Yoshi's Woolly World.
Yes. Yeah.
Just they realized, hey, people don't mind this yarn type of thing. What other characters are sweet and funny and cute enough to just translate to this type of aesthetic? And I would say actually that Yoshi is now probably more known for that yarn aesthetic than Kirby, since Kirby has, you know, bounced back and forth, but they've done several different ones, and especially since they had the yarn amiibos of Yoshi.
Yes. Yes, they did. I forgot about those. Yoshi is another series that I really like. I haven't played the yarn.
I've never played a proper Yoshi game. I've played, you know, like the classic Mario games where Yoshi appears and that you ride on Yoshi, but I've never played Yoshi's Island. I have not played Yoshi's Woolly World or any of those Yoshi-centric games.
Oh my gosh, we gotta get you to play Yoshi's Story sometime. Yoshi's Island, Yoshi's Story. Yoshi's Story is a surprisingly difficult game to play.
I played like the first level of it at my cousin's house because I remember they had it on N64. I never got past the second level because I would always have to restart a new thing whenever I visited their house. But
right.
I've played that first level many times.
Yeah, as many
well,
of us have. But Yoshi's Island, I think, is the more popular of the two. I think a lot of people really like Yoshi's Island. That one is a full-on platformer. Like, the music in that one, again, amazing, immaculate. Yoshi's Story, the music is so good, but they use motifs a lot, so a lot of the music is very similar. It's just changed depending on the theme of the level that you're on. I still really like it though. I still really like it. Actually, I was talking to Yami a while back, and he was like, "I love Yoshi's Story. Yoshi's Story is great. I want to play it with you sometime." And I was like, "Oh my god, me too! It's so good!" And like we bonded over that game, and I feel like that's a yeah. As Starcross says, it is a classic. It's a good N64 game, very solid. Like it's a pretty hard game when you're a kid, but when you're older, you know, you revisit that game again, and it's like, all right, I could kind of do this sometime a little bit, maybe. But yeah, I will have to try out Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland sometime.
My other favorite one is actually the music that's currently playing, and it's not a normal Kirby game. It is one of my favorite games for the GameCube, full stop. A game that I, to this day, say deserves a sequel, has not gotten one. Kirby Air Ride. Kirby Air Ride. Forget the normal races. Give me it's all about City Trial. Give me internet-enabled City Trial updated on Switch. I will pay full game price for just City Trial. $60.
Give it to me right now. I will give you my credit
No question.
card. I was just playing that like 2 months ago. My girlfriend and I have an old game. It holds up so well. So good. I wish there was like a longer time. You can only set it to I think like
7 minutes.
15.
7 minutes is the longest.
7 minutes. That's not long enough to nearly explore everything. Let me get the what's it called?
The Dragoon or the Hydra.
Yeah, give me the Dragoon.
Just, you know, that was the big thing for me and my friends of always, you know, seeking out the red crates, trying to get those, or just okay, do you seek out one of the normal ships and then just collect patches and the different events that would go on in the city? And
Yeah, oh,
you know,
it's so
even
good.
now at the point where I know that map and I know all of the games and the elements inside out and backwards, it's just each game is different, and
Yes.
each time, it's okay. If I see some red boxes early, I'll break them open. If I happen to stumble upon a legendary air ride machine piece, then my goal for those 7 minutes is find the pieces, just
Find the
go
rest of
around,
them.
scramble. If I get to the 2-3 minute mark in and I haven't found anything, I'm probably gonna say, all
Change
right,
your plan.
but find just a solid ship and start harvesting patches and building up your stats and be ready for anything, because you never know what that stadium event's going to be. That
Yeah.
you don't want to build a super tanky thing and then realize, oh, it's a normal race, or build something that's super fast and then realize it's the target practice and suddenly you're going too fast and you can't aim at the targets.
Yeah, exactly. I gotta ask, do you have a favorite, what are they called?
They're called air machines.
Air machine.
Yeah, favorite ships. That,
Ship? I was gonna say aircraft.
Yeah.
What's your favorite aircraft?
Assuming we can't choose the Dragoon or Hydra, because I feel like those don't count. Those are the legendary machines.
Yeah.
The Swerve Star, which is the one that goes super fast in a straight line. It has effectively no turning ability. So what you need to do is you need to tap the brake button, and then you can turn, and then you release it, and it has a very short 0 to full speed acceleration. It has very fast acceleration, but in order to actually turn and redirect, you need to momentarily stop, and that's the gimmick of that ship. That some are really fast but difficult to control because they swerve a lot, but this one, it's fast, it's in a straight line, and it's sort of precision navigation. And I always found that I did the best with that one.
Ooh, I suck at that one. I'm awful at that one. Usually I go for the Wing Star.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I like the Wing Star, and I also like kind of sometimes the Shadow Star. That one's kind of cool too.
Yeah, and that one's similar to the Wing Star. That it's I would call it the Wing Star's cousin. That it's also specializing in being off the ground.
Yes.
It has some subtle differences. I honestly can't recall those differences, but I remember that they were very similar.
Yeah, I just find that those ones are the most versatile. Unless you're going in for like a battle one, then you're not gonna have a good time. You're gonna have an awful time. But I noticed that the battle ones don't happen nearly as often as like a race or as like a target practice one. I really like the one where you're like trying to get as high as you can, and then I'm like,
oh, the high jump.
Perfect. Yeah, high jump. Then I'm in. I got it. I'm doing fantastic. Oh, I'm so glad we could talk about Kirby Air Ride, because that's
just the soundtrack on that game.
Oh,
you want to talk about Kirby games being good any day of the week already? The music on that one of just it's so good. It has the hard hitting tracks. It has the fun bouncy tracks. It has talking about literally the bouncing items track is the
They're so good. They're so good. That one is so silly too. It's just the tone is captured perfectly with the music, I think. Everything's just perfect. I love the Checker Knights is so cool.
Oh,
that's like the most iconic one. Checker Knights is like, this is Kirby Air Ride. Yeah.
In fact, and that was another one that was done by HAL Laboratory, and it had design parallels to the original Smash Brothers. That there was 12 initial stages, and it was mostly focused on the multiplayer gameplay, and it was the type of thing that I was looking at it saying, all right, so you're gonna make a sequel of this, right? Right?
Please tell me yes.
And just, we've never gotten it, and I still hold out hope that one day they might revive the series. I'm not holding my breath for it, but it's the type of thing that, we've seen crazier, we've seen just more niche revivals, and goodness knows, at the very least, we know that Kirby as a franchise isn't going anywhere, that it's obviously still getting made, so it feels like the doors are open to it. It's not like it is a offshoot of a broadly discontinued series where if it were to get revived, you'd expect a mainline game and that's it. That
Yeah, good
we're
point.
continuing to get mainline games, so maybe someday they'll decide to revisit this, because I think it was just nobody played it for the one-player mode. That the tracks that they had were cool, that they weren't bad, but it wasn't a particularly inspired racing game. But City
I still
Trial,
did race though.
but just the design on the City Trial, the multiplayer experience there, I would just, my friends and I would go over to each other's houses and just spend entire afternoons basically doing nothing but Kirby Air Ride. And maybe we'd switch over to Smash Brothers for a little bit, but there were days where it was just, we're gonna run it back 20 times and just keep going.
Me too, me too.
And part of the benefit, I suppose, of the longest possible game being 7 minutes was it was so easy to say once more.
Another one, do another one, do another one. I want a rematch.
Yeah.
I want a rematch that wasn't catered towards me.
just one more, and then we'll call it a day.
Yeah.
5 matches later.
Yeah, it's so good. Oh gosh, I love it so much. My only regret is not having more people to play it with when I was a kid. I played a lot of. I was an only child growing up, so I would oftentimes play a lot of like multiplayer games either by myself, or I would set up like another controller to play against myself. And Kirby's Air Ride was one of those ones where I would set up. I had 4 controllers, so I would set up all 4. I would go around and get all the good pieces. And the other ones would do nothing, and I would win.
Because sometimes you just want to, explore and see, all right, what can I do? And it's sort of a game against yourself at that point of seeing, all right, how much can I collect before time runs out? And just seeing, all right, how high can I get the stats? Or just what type of little adventure do I have in this 7-minute span, even if you don't bother actually competing in the stadium event at the end of it all. So I can absolutely identify with that.
And the world is so interesting too.
Oh yeah, there's so many little locales that that's probably going to be the most difficult thing of if they do a new one. That my guess is they would probably just recreate that and then maybe make a second one, but there was only one map. But the reason that was okay was because it was so big and diverse, and it had these just unique little biomes. You could go into the volcano, there was the forest, there was the underground, there was a subway system, there was an island in the sky if you could get to it.
If you could get to it. Yeah, and then there was the rail system. You could go along the rail system.
Yeah, the rails. And just hope that they don't
good.
have the random event where they catch on fire when you're in between stations.
Oh my god.
Because then it's just, sometimes, you're going between rails, you see the sky darken, and you see everything catch on fire, and there's nothing you can do. It's like, oh no.
It's over.
Oh no.
There goes my machine. It's
Yep.
gone. But man, such a good game. Underrated. Absolutely underrated. But those for people who have experienced it, I have never met anyone who has played Kirby's Air Ride
that didn't like it.
Disliked it.
It
Right?
has the cult following, I think, to warrant someday hopefully getting that sequel. And it's just we need to fight the good fight of telling people about this wonderful game. And just heck, even if it's just I'd like a new game, I'd like a updated City Trial, I'd love to see it remade now in 2022. But if I have to settle, I'll just take a port for the Switch with the online multiplayer.
Same.
I'll settle. I can be flexible, Nintendo. We can compromise. Come on.
Yeah, I'll compromise. If they even acknowledge this series, like at all, I honestly would be more content than I am right now. Even if it's just like a little blurb or something, like a post, or again, if they remastered it, at least they understand that there is a following for that series. So I think the likelihood of them making a remake then would incline if more people were to buy the remake.
Give us the crumbs so we can show you how many people want this.
Exactly, yes, for sure. Yeah. Man.
Kirby Air Ride is really good, folks. If you have access to a GameCube somehow, try and find it. It's not very easy nowadays, admittedly, but
It's expensive.
that's like the two games I really hold up as diamonds in the rough on the GameCube, because there's a lot of good GameCube games that get the credit they deserve. Sonic Adventure 2,
Oh yeah.
Smash Brothers, obviously.
that's
There
another
are
one we could
a lot of
talk
good ones, but the ones that I go out of my way to say, all right, apart from the obvious gold standards, the ones that I think need to be acknowledged, Kirby Air Ride and Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg.
Billy Hatcher! Oh, you're my new
I was
best
hoping,
friend.
I was like, it could be up Straub's alley, it could be up her alley, I'm not sure, but
Oh my god, I'm so happy you said
Just-
that.
you want to talk about good music, like amazing platforming, beautiful, iconic characters,
Oh my gosh.
and it was done by
Billy-
Sonic Team. It was done by Sonic Team.
Sonic teammate Billy Hatcher! Billy Hatcher is so good! I am so happy to meet someone else who also likes Billy Hatcher. I have spoken with a couple of people who have played some niche Nintendo games, or niche games that have been on the GameCube specifically, and they just don't know anything about Billy Hatcher. And it's just like, it's so surprising because it's such a good game!
It has
so
no
good.
business being as good as
I
it is.
know! It doesn't! It really doesn't! And it's like, I just want to share. Maybe I'll play that on stream sometime. That's
Please
another
do.
really good one.
I'll
I
be
would
there in a
love
heartbeat
to.
just to listen to the background music and just sort of jam.
It's so good.
And
It's
it's
so
just the controls are a little bit clunky, a little bit.
a little bit,
But,
yeah.
but there's worse. There's way worse.
Oh, for sure.
And just overall, it's such a fun spin on platforming. The world is colorful. It's crazy.
Yes.
Don't worry about logic. You don't need to understand why rolling over fruit makes these eggs grow. It's a kid's game. Just literally and figuratively, just roll with it.
Oh my gosh, that's gonna bring me to a whole nother tangent. I have noticed lately, and I talked about this with my girlfriend recently. Games are starting to feel less and less, this may or may not click with you, they're starting to feel less and less like video games. I don't know if that makes sense, but when I think video games, I think of things that don't make sense, like logically, but like in the video game world, yeah, of course, you roll over the fruit with the egg and then you get the bigger egg. Duh, it's a video game. But I feel like more recent games, even games that are supposed to be like cartoony and fun, have become a little bit more serious. Like everything needs to make sense in a logical manner that makes sense in the real life world. If it doesn't make sense, then it can't be, it has to be fleshed out further. Like you can't have any untied ends with the game. An example of that might be like with, I can't think of any example right now. Yeah, but Hoshi says classic games were about mechanics and fun rather than the realistic story and setting. Yes. I can't think of any like good, like right off the bat examples. If I were to come up with one, I would probably say something like, Breath of the Wild has mechanics that feel gamey. There's so many examples and I can't think of any either. Right? It's so hard. I don't know.
I think it's more that in terms of just outright absurdity, that not even necessarily that they hold themselves to unreasonable amounts of logic. I think it's just that the raw level of, like I said, absurdity and having games that really are weird is a bit less. And to be fair, I can sort of sympathize because some of these games were just weird, and there were a lot of weird ones that didn't do well. And and part of the reason that they didn't do well was because they were so far out there that people couldn't really resonate with them. But on the other hand, sometimes these absurd games are the ones that resonate most. You know, one of the things you were most recently playing, Katamari Damacy. You want to talk absurd? Case in point right there.
Exactly, yeah! I like games that are experiences that I would never in a million years be able to experience IRL. Like, I'm never gonna do that. I'm never gonna roll up objects to make them into a ball like, unless I'm making a snowman or something, which I don't live anywhere near the snow. It just doesn't make any sense, and I don't get it. And I just love how weird it is, and how outside the box that, like, the whole idea is so far removed from reality. And I think that's what I look for in a game, is something that I can get so absorbed into that I don't relate it to reality. Like, when you were talking about Kirby's Air Ride earlier and the map, when I think about the map, I think about a world that does not exist in our reality at all.
Oh yeah, Kirby's world is absolutely just classic high fantasy, silly storybook world. And honestly,
Yeah.
Billy Hatcher, with the egg mechanic aside of, roll over fruit, egg gets bigger, the rest of it is actually pretty logical. Okay, it is a world of people who live together with chickens, wear chicken suits, and that the evil crows are bringing nighttime to this sunny world, and you have to defeat the crows because crows are harbingers of darkness. And just it's very
Yeah.
iconic in its own way, and just the motifs and generic level of resonance is very much there. And I think that's part of what gets it, but it's supported by this legitimately good platforming gameplay and the good visuals, the fun soundtrack, and it's I don't know, I guess it's a difficult game to market to a broad audience, because just on its face, when you judge a book by its cover, because many people do, even if you say you don't want to, there's a lot of times that, you look at the cover of a game and you have to decide, all right, is this of interest to me? That most people are going to look at that game and say, all right, this is probably just not supposed to be for me. Not even that, oh, it's a game about, chicken people, that it is bad, but they'll look at it and say, oh, this is being tailored to a younger demographic. So I, as, someone who is over the age of 11, don't even need to look at this game because it is so obviously not meant for me. Even if it is good for its intended audience, I don't think intuitively that I'm supposed to be part of that audience, so I won't even look into it.
Yeah, I think as a whole too, in addition to what I mentioned earlier about games being less like games, I think the reasoning behind that is because they're trying to, like, game developers are trying to appeal to a broader demographic. Like, if they make their games more grounded in reality and more relatable, then the more people there will be to play the game, to be interested in the game, the more money they get, obviously. But as someone who has played video games her whole entire life, like, my first word was literally Sega.
Oh my gosh, that's adorable.
I know. I love Sonic. I didn't put it on this list, but I really do love Sonic.
Sega.
But, like, it's just a little bit, I don't know, I've seen this, like, change in games where it's gone from, yeah, this is a video game, yes, I've told you this so many times, Jelly. Yes, my first word was Sega. But it's like, coming from someone who has played games her whole life, I've seen this tonal shift in games where it's been like, oh, this is a video game. Oh, this is a video game. Oh, this is, a video game with real world experiences. Oh, this is appealing to a really wide demographic. Like, everyone is okay with this game. Like with Animal Crossing, it's very much so catered towards everyone. Everyone can play this game. With Breath of the Wild,
that's part of the charm.
Exactly. With Breath of the Wild, it's very much so catered towards everyone as well. It's like a catered to your self-experience. Like, you are meant to make this experience your own because it allows the player to do that, which appeals a broad audience. And I think a lot of games now are going more towards that, which is great. And I love that so many people are able to experience games in a way that they're comfortable with. But I can't help but being nostalgic for games that are just weird for weird's sake, like Cubivore. I think that's why I love Cubivore and Chibi Robo and Sonic Adventure 2 is weird. Kirby's Air Ride is kind of weird. I don't know. It's just kind of out there. It just is like, why are you in this city doing weird things, going around, riding on these rails. What are you doing? I don't know. You just exist there.
Everyone sees Sonic rolling around at the speed of sound, but nobody asks why is he rolling around at the speed of sound.
He's got places to go. He's got to
Gotta
follow his rainbow. He just can't stick around. He's got to keep moving on, you know?
No matter what lies ahead, only one way to find out, truly.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna have to stop us, otherwise I will just recite that whole damn song.
Me too. During my re-debut, I played that song. No, I think this was this was my re-debut for the subathon. I played that song for 1 hour, and I can never listen to the song the same.
Hoshi has it. Hey Sonic, this is the president. Stop the moon. That's actually a secret space station, please. Sonic. Okay, but first I need to go to this magical portal and pet some alien babies. Okay, sure.
That's exactly it. All these games are just like, why am I doing this? Don't care. Video game. All right. I just love that so much. The charm of just like being dragged along this adventure
Dropped into a world, told
sense.
do this thing, say okay.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Sure, whatever. But that's a very good explanation. Yeah, that's a very good explanation of how I personally view these like weird, I guess, games. I guess weird is the only way I can explain it. But yeah. Anyways, that was a long tangent to say I love how weird. Oh gosh, Billy Hatcher is. It's just so weird and fun, and I don't know. I love it.
Yeah, definitely one that I would love to see a sequel. I am less optimistic for a Billy Hatcher sequel than I am for a Kirby Air Ride sequel.
Oh yeah, we haven't seen anything Billy Hatcher.
No, there's been nothing. That obviously Sonic Team is still around, but
yeah.
Sonic Team has done very little outside of Sonic, frankly, in many years. And even then, the fact that they did a non-Sonic game was a divergence for them, but there was very distinct parallels. That the main character's color motif was blue. The female character's motif was pink. They had the big, strong character whose color motif was orange. And then they had the small, buddy character whose color motif was yellow.
I wonder
How
why.
interesting.
We couldn't guess who made this.
No, certainly not.
Oh, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Well, Shadow the Hedgehog I count as a Sonic game because it's still in that universe, but...
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, thank you, Yofukashi no Uta, and I missed a while ago, Zombie Family X for the follows, and I think Rafit Gamer 2898 from a while ago, I think I missed those. I'm not sure if I got Lammy Brights and Philosophia. I did get Philosophia. I'm not sure about Lammy Brights, but thank you all for the follows. We've been just so into this conversation the whole time that, I see the little notification. I'm like, I'm going to get to that once we finish our current thought. But by the time we finish our current thought, it's been 5 minutes because we just keep going. And then I realize, oh, it's been 30 minutes since that person followed. I hope they are still around and that they're having a good time and aren't upset that I haven't said anything, because I'm not trying to ignore them. But, I don't want to interrupt my guest mid-sentence, so I wait until a moment, but then we go from one point to the next so quickly.
I should have told you this. You are more than welcome to stop me.
Oh, no, it's fine. This is just sort of how I roll. And yeah, but we are now past 4 hours. Holy crap. This has just been, this has been so fun. This has been so much fun.
Any moment I get to talk about my favorite games, my favorite things, it just makes me so happy. And I'm so glad that I could resonate with you on a lot of these, especially, like, I didn't even put Billy Hatcher on this list. Billy Hatcher is so important to me. I love Billy Hatcher. I didn't even put Kirby's Air Ride on this list. We said we were going to talk about Kirby. I had no idea you like Kirby's Air Ride. I love that game to bits.
You never actually told me which Kirby game is your favorite.
Well, I don't know if I could draw the parallel to picking between Kirby's Air Ride and Kirby's Epic Yarn because they're just so different.
They are very different. That it just, for all intents and purposes, I don't consider Kirby's Air Ride to be a Kirby game. That it is a game with the Kirby IP, but the design is so inherently different that it's not a mainline game. I consider it a spin-off.
Yeah. If I had to pick between the two, so tough. I would probably say Kirby's Air Ride just because the experience.
And I wouldn't actually make you pick that. I meant your favorite mainline Kirby game. So it is Epic Yarn, though?
Yeah, it is Epic Yarn. I have played two others, though. I played Squeak Squad on the DS very long time ago. Like, when it released, I do not remember any of it.
I think that was like 2004-ish.
It was a while ago.
I remember that one being released. I didn't get that one. But I remember the gimmick in that was that there were multiple Kirbys and that you had your Squeak Squad, which was just the duplicates of yourself running around and doing stuff.
Something like that. I don't even know. It's been so long. I played that one and I also played Triple Deluxe. My girlfriend had that one on her 3DS and she was like, you should try this, and I was like, okay, it looks really, really cute. And it is really, really cute. I really like the aesthetic of that one. I don't think I finished it, but I got really, really far. But I did like it. I did enjoy it. But out of those, I would still probably say Kirby's Epic Yarn because that's the only one I finished and played multiple times. Yeah, and the music's great. I mean, the music's great on all of them, but
yeah, absolutely.
But yes, so now I'll have to add Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland onto my list of games to play.
Yeah, I'm guessing you'd be able to find an emulator for that because it was for Game Boy Advance, so I don't think they've ever done a proper port of it anywhere. But it's not a very system-intensive game, so you might be able to find it, but I'm honestly not sure because there aren't normal methods for being able to play it at this point.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, that's what most games we've been talking about today. Most of these games are experiences that you would either have to pay multiple hundreds of dollars to resell, buy secondhand the games, which are now really hard to come by and really expensive, or other non-conventional means.
Oh, sorry, Jelly brings up a good point. I might be thinking of Amazing Mirror.
Is Squeak Squad the one with mice? Is that the one with mice where they're
that would make sense.
The big bad mice that are like, I'm the mouse that's gonna be mean to you, and you're like, I'm Kirby, and then you do something. I don't know what you do, but you do Kirby stuff, I think. Something like that. I think I got it pretty down pat.
Would I play Super Mario RPG if I had the chance? Maybe. I never played that one to completion. I played bits and pieces of it, though, and that was a fun one.
I haven't played that one yet.
It feels in a lot of ways like the predecessor to Paper Mario because it was that turn-based strategy system.
Yes. That's what I've heard, and the music from what I've heard, again, is fantastic, because that's what I'm looking for in games, is the music. But I have heard that one is really, really good. Obviously, it's mentioned all the time. I hear Mario RPG thrown around in conversation when talking about Paper Mario all the time. So, I'm sure it's great. I just don't know if I have the time to dedicate to playing a big RPG like that.
Yeah, that one is definitely longer.
Absolutely, but in the future, for sure. Absolutely.
Well, Straub, this has been an absolute delight. I think you might now hold the record for, I think, the second longest show I've ever done.
Sorry!
No apology necessary. That I consider this an absolute success.
I'm so glad, then.
the mood board you made did exactly what it was supposed to do. That's like, for me as a host, it turns it into a game of t-ball. Of just, all right, I know exactly what to bring up next, and that I know you're gonna have that. And I usually get that with the pre-interviews, but having something put together so nicely already. It was making things even easier, and I'm sure we'd have been fine without it, but I
Good,
think it
that's so
helped us, move around and find all these different topics and really get to sink our teeth into each of them. And, we found different things along the way. We had different stories, stumbled upon Billy Hatcher as a shared interest, which was just a delight.
Absolutely a delight. That's the only word I can think of. That's the only word that comes to my mind is a delight whenever I hear that someone else also enjoys Billy Hatcher.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for having me today. I've been looking forward to this since you asked me to join, and I just, it was even better than I would have ever anticipated. I just had
I'm
so
so
much
happy.
fun talking with you. I am too! I can't recommend you enough. I was already hearing good things about you, and from FUWATOPIA and their past experiences being on your show, I knew that it was going to be exciting and fun. So I am glad to say that I had so much fun hanging out with you today and chatting about so many wonderful topics and fun things, even if we had some derailed conversations along the way. It was still
Hey,
so
tangents are the
fun.
most fun we get to have. That's when we know we've just found something special. And again, thank you. And Hoshi, thank you for waking up at that absurd hour. It's probably almost breakfast time now. But before we go, I have just the last two questions. First off, do you have any goals for 2022 that you've hit partner? So the purple check mark isn't one that you can say that you're working towards. And it doesn't even have to be something very specific of numbers or whatnot, but whether it be, I want to play more of this type of game, or I want to experiment more with this type of content. Do you have any goals that you've set for yourself for the year?
I do. In fact, I set a goal last year sometime towards the end of December for a big change that I can't really talk much about. But
Ooh.
something big is on its way. I'm hoping that it's going to happen sometime in July, maybe, I don't know, possibly. But some big changes are up ahead for the channel, so this is the first time I've ever talked about anything, so
Exclusive here on Vtuber Talk.
I have not talked about any of this before. I won't be going into detail, but
Of course.
if you hang out at our streams and you enjoy your time there, look forward to some really big updates that I have coming forward. I'm really excited to share with you guys. It's been in the works for a little while now. Lots of changes actually. Not like changes specifically with me, but additional content, I want to say, as opposed to changes, I guess. Additional content as well. That specifically, that secret thing is my big goal. I guess I also want to do more content that I also enjoy. I've been kind of in a weird situation lately where I have been feeling like I'm in a loop, like I keep doing the same thing over and over. And I want to break out of that. I want to do more content. I want to play more games that I really enjoy. So maybe expect games like Cubivore, expect games like Billy Hatcher, expect games like Kirby's Air Ride, because those really are so important to me, and I would love to share those with more of you guys so you can also love them like I do. And like VTuber Talk loves them.
Yes, I will definitely be there. Let me know, in particular for Billy Hatcher, that if you get your hands on it somehow, some way, let me know.
I will absolutely let you know. The moment I play Billy Hatcher, I will be DMing you. It's such a good game.
Absolutely.
But yeah, those are my goals upcoming. That's about it. That's just making my content more comfortable for me, and also exciting for everyone watching. But yeah.
Very good goals, and I look forward to seeing whatever the big reveals are. And then the last question, it's one I ask all my guests. What does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not what is the definition of a VTuber, but to you, Strawberry, what does it mean to be a VTuber? Some people have very sort of clinical answers of, it is a mask that I wear, it is a tool in my arsenal as an entertainer. Others have more personal answers of, it lets me get in touch with my inner child, it lets me be someone that I can't be in real life, and all of these answers and everything in between is totally valid, but everybody still has their own answers. So, to you, Strawberry, what does it mean to be a VTuber?
VTuber VTubing is so important to me. I know it's important to most people who are VTubers, but VTubing has done so much for me. It has made me friends. It has allowed me to enjoy myself and to explore my personality and who I am, to explore my likes, my dislikes, things that I'm comfortable with, exploring my boundaries as a human, like as a person. It has really honestly done so much for me. Like over the course of me being a VTuber specifically, not just a streamer, I have learned so much about myself. With regards to like who I am, what I expect from friendships, what I expect from myself, and also like making friends who appreciate me and understand that it's okay to have boundaries and stuff like that. I think VTubing as a whole has a very, depending on the group that you're in, a very comforting and safe environment. Of course, it's like all content, you know, there's different groups and categories and all that stuff, but the group of VTubers, the small corner of VTubing that I am within is such a big safe space for me. And I only hope that the other members that are in that same space with me, including the people who watch my streams and including my fellow VTubers, feel the same way. I hope they feel safe and comforted and like they can explore themselves and be themselves in this space that we've created together. Because I think that's really important. It's not just a job, it's not just a mask, it's not just you know, something we do in our free time as a hobby. You know, it's kind of a lifestyle a little bit, you know? It's a lot to me, I guess. I don't know if I could narrow it down to one thing.
Wonderful answer. Wonderful, wonderful answer. And,
Thank you.
One of the reasons I asked that question is because the answer is different for everyone, and I don't know before someone answers what their answer will be, but every time someone answers, it always makes sense. And that's part of why I continue to ask that question, because it's a very... It sort of encapsulates a lot of things, and especially for me, having gone through the past 4.5 hours now, for anyone who's watched the interview and who knows you, that it never feels like it's a surprise when someone answers, but it's still very nice to hear it in their own words. And sometimes there's, you know, new layers there, or just it gives you that perspective, and I always like to hear the answers. So thank you very much for that wonderful answer, and thank you for the wonderful show. This has been, like I said, an absolute delight. I can't wait to see what you do in the future. I think the best is yet to come. Before we head out, if you could look around and find someone for us to raid, and I will buy time with some last housekeeping things as we prep that, but find someone for us to raid, please. So for all of you in the chat, for anyone watching on YouTube after the fact, thank you so much for tuning in, for joining me and Strawberry today, for taking time out to just be with us and enjoy us talking and geeking out about the many things that we enjoy. I do shows usually once a week here on Twitch. If you feel like giving me a follow here on Twitch or Twitter, you are free to do so, but absolutely be sure to give Strawberry a follow if you are not already. Her links are obviously right there at the bottom of the screen. If you're watching the YouTube recording, they're going to be in the video description. And I'm going to do one last shout out for her here in this chat.
Thank you.
Right, there we go.
Okay, I think I know where we're going. So, I've recently come across, so I found this VTuber a little while ago, and her design is absolutely adorable, and she's playing an absolutely gorgeous game right now. If you've ever heard of Wabu is a water spirit, I believe.
I don't think I have, but I'm intrigued.
She's so sweet. She's so sweet. I've recently been really enjoying hanging out in her streams lately, and currently she's playing Hollow Knight. So would you prefer I send it to you in Discord or
Just Discord or in the Twitch chat, one or the other, and then I'll queue up the raid that I have, a little outro that I'll start playing, but then we're gonna go on over. So spam strawberry emotes if you got them, and if not, that I guess we'll just do like VTuber talk raid. I'm very bad at actually getting raid messages and stuff, but be sure to show them lots and lots of love. And oh, here we are. So WAABYUU. Awesome. I'm just gonna get that queued up. Awesome. Well, thank you all again. Like I said, I'm Jay. This is VTuber Talk. I do a show just about every week. You can follow me here on Twitch and Twitter, but be sure to follow Strawberry. She does streams multiple times a week, and obviously there's probably some very exciting things coming down the line in the coming months. And who knows, you might be able to catch her playing Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg. And even if not Billy Hatcher, she plays lots and lots of fun ones. Oh, thank you, Neb. Strawberry
Thank
Stampede.
you,
Yes, that's
Neb.
Strawberry's go-to raid message. Please use that and pass that one on. So thank you all so much for tuning in. Have an amazing day, and I will see you next time.